Buddy, welcome, welcome. Sunday morning at 9 a.m. So, December 1st today. So we are here for Hash Church, episode 17, static sift episode with Charles from Sambo Creek Filtration. We've got Sam popping in to share some time with us as well. Let me just make sure that we're live. Yes, we're live. I see me just going live. I'm going to let some folks in here real quick. We're going to do a little Sunday morning Hash Church. All right, we got Charles, we got Skunkman Sam, we got Chris K, we got Alex Martinenko. All right, here we go. Welcome, everybody. Welcome, welcome. Oh, you're in the tropics, Charles.
Miami.
How you doing, Alex?
Very good, thank you.
Excellent. Well, welcome, welcome. We got Wolverine Dabs about to pop in here. Oh, we've already got almost 100 people watching live here after 90 seconds of starting, so that's wonderful. We're always happy to see everyone up and at it as early as possible, at least for the folks who are in North America. For those of you that are in Asia and Europe, well, it's a little bit later for you. For those of you in Australia, geez, it might be tomorrow for all I know. But welcome either way. Johnny B, I think we got to get Johnny B on this particular show. So I'm just going to send him an invite really quick, and then we'll get into some introductions and some of that stuff. So yeah, today we are going to celebrate hashish in all of its glory. And we're going to focus on static dry sifting. Let's see here. John Burfello, bear with me, everyone. I just want to send John the link so he can come join us this morning. And there we go. Welcome. Look at you, Charles. You're looking pretty good.
Likewise, likewise.
Yeah, man. Good to see you. Good to see you. I see you got a few folks in, so why don't we just get right into it? We can have you kind of go over and introduce all the folks that you've brought in one by one. You're welcome to let them do an introduction after you tell us a little bit about yourself, and yeah, just give a little brief breakdown on who Charles is, what Charles has been up to, and why's Charles been going to Morocco so much these days?
That's a really good question. Right on. So, hi everyone. I'm Charles McGowan, and I work with Sambo Creek, and we just make pretty much cannabis-related equipment. And right now, I guess the big thing is static sift. We love static sift, and we came up with a nifty little device. Hey, what's going on? Which, like you're saying, Marcus, has been really popular in Morocco because that's the culture over there, right? I mean, that really is the culture, and so there's a huge following um, because it supplements the traditional practices that they have over there. And so I've been doing a lot of research over there myself, trying to really understand what the needs are, because in my mind things might work a certain way, but when you're actually in the field and you see the challenge that people are going through, yeah, it's totally different. So anyway, that's me. I'm Charles. And so we've got Alex, Chris, I think Renee might join. So Alex, why don't you introduce yourself?
Okay, I'm from Canada, working on electrostatics for a long time, maybe for 30 years. And also I was developing separators. So, and 2 years ago, we made a major discovery with Charles that these uh, crystals are electrically charged, and that allows us to use this for building device.
Fantastic.
Awesome.
Fantastic. Who do we have next? I see Ezra. Is that you
Hey
there?
guys, how's it
What's
going?
going on?
I'm in the lab right now and I've got someone actually pressing rosin with the automatic pump. So if the noise of the pump, if you can hear it and it's annoying, let me know and I'll move to a different room. Hi, my name is Ezra Marcus. I work for Hudson Cannabis in Hudson, New York. And we had a day.
We're losing you, Ezra.
That happens sometimes in the lab. I've been guilty of it myself. Let's see if he makes
Static
it back.
static
Oh,
hash
there
brown
he
here at
is.
Hudson's Way and start. Let me move over because the internet. Um,
It's awesome. You're grinding on a Sunday, man. Love it.
well, we've got MJ BizCon coming up, which is really exciting, but it happened to coincide with a new product launch, and so we're just trying to get all this rosin pressed before Monday, because most of our team's going to be gone. Um, Things in New York have been really exciting. It's growing really fast. We're really lucky to be in this market, and but the pressure's on, man. It's
I'm
it's
gonna go
always
onto
like
headphones shortly.
What kind of
um,
press are you using, Ezra?
we've got the four-way like Osprey setup with the automatic pump that has the button,
Oh yeah.
the low temp, or sorry, not Osprey, low temp plates. My bad.
Yeah. I got what you were
Um,
saying. I call it Osprey all the time.
yeah. Um, yeah, and so that's been a whole journey too, pressing dry sift, and we've been figuring out a lot of stuff there. And recently, I've been awoken to fresh frozen though. I've been like putting it off for so long because I was so focused on figuring out this dry sift hash system. But some creators out there just make content of their wash process that it got to me. I couldn't help it. Um,
Fantastic. And
so
we've got Christoph.
Hey,
There he
hey,
is.
hey, my name's Christoph Krause. I work for an electrostatic company from Germany, and I support Charles with some research and power supplies and some knowledge, and we are working on some ideas. We tested also. I worked with Rene in the Netherlands in his facility. And yeah, we're trying to figure out how to make the process better and to improve everything with a lot of knowledge and R&D coming from our side. Yeah.
Oh, I love to hear the multiple countries involved and people all over the world. And you know what? You guys probably already know this, but you guys are in the room right now with Skunkman Sam, the very man who created the journey that you are all kind of following along now and
Yep.
continuing. And I'm sure it puts a giant smile on his face. So
Yep.
we'll make sure that we get Sam speaking a little bit about the history, and maybe we'll go over the discovery of how he
Yep.
figured out electrostatic process very accidentally one afternoon in Africa. So we'll make sure that he tells that story a little bit later on. If you want to continue on with the
Is Renee on
introductions.
yet?
Renee is on. Yeah, I see him in the
Okay.
corner. iPhone Von Renee.
There you go. Say hi, Renee.
Hi. Hi, how are you?
There he is. Awesome.
So who's Renee? Can you tell us a little bit about yourself, Renee?
Yes, so my name is Rene. I'm from Canada. We are one of the license holder in the Netherlands. So we are one of the first legal producer in Europe. Big facility. We have a greenhouse, 50,000 square meter. That's about, what is this, in 5 million square feet, something like that. And we're producing hash, all kind of brick hash, static hash now, and we're going to make now also live rosin, also from static separated material. Yeah, and yeah, we are
Awesome.
one of the few in Europe at the moment.
Awesome.
Wonderful. That's in your neck of the woods, Sam. We'll have to hook you up with Renee. Maybe you'll get a little tour.
Sure, well, every time.
Awesome.
Nice.
I think Skunkman Sam is in Amsterdam, or?
He is in Amsterdam, yes. And he's also in this room.
Perfect, because we are close to Rotterdam, so it's not so far away, one hour from Amsterdam. So every time he's next to us, pass by and have a look.
Wonderful, wonderful. So who we got left? We got Logan left, Mr. Wolverine Dabs. What's up, Logan?
How's it going?
It's going good, man. Welcome, welcome. I'm,
Good.
Logan was one of the first folks that I sort of talked to about the Sambo filtration equipment when I first received mine. Logan was kind enough, mainly because Charles was in Morocco and maybe even Italy or some. He just didn't have a very good reception. So Logan was kind enough to walk me through the build out of the machine, and so I appreciate you for that, Logan. And also, fuck, dude, you probably posted one of my favorite pictures in the last, listen,
Oh,
I'll tell you
the
something.
hand.
Yeah, so when Sam
Yeah.
first showed me this process, and I don't even know how long ago that was now. God, it's got to be 10 or 15 years ago. Um, he it was like it was low key. It was like we're not, it was the hardest thing for me to do because I have a ton of pictures of the hand, but I never posted any of them. It wasn't really something that it was like, well, I can't post this, but I sure love the ones that you posted. I only have the blue glove one, but it's actually the black glove one that I preferred. I must have accidentally deleted it off my computer, but there's
And that one's beautiful.
there's a shot of Logan. Anyone that's ever done the hand sifting, the Skunkman Sam Tech knows that that hand in particular is bonkers. That's good material. When you see material like that, man, you are pretty happy. So we've come a far way, in the last 10 to 15 years, and there was always people sort of, for me, this all really started. I mean, listen, for Skunkman Sam, it started a lot earlier. So, Sam, why don't we actually just start with you? I know you've told this story before, but if we're going to start at the start, let's start at the start. You can kind of tell your origin story of discovering this and how it came to be. And then I'll chime in with learning about, well, no, way before learning about it. I think it was 2008 when I was first at Sam's apartment and I posted a photograph of his dry sift. He allowed me to macro photograph his dry sift. And that picture started the journey we are all on more than anything. Because before that, nobody fucking knew, unless you were lucky enough to get invited over to Sam's house and smoke some of his full melt dry sift. You just didn't have any idea how much better it was than literally everyone else's hash that I had ever tried in the entire world. Now, that is not just because of the process. It also has to do with Sam being Sam, living in all the hash producing countries, visiting all the hash producing countries, collecting seed in all the hash producing countries, breeding out the genetics and creating really great hash making genetics like skunk number one, like the skunk crossed with the what was it? The Slee Stack. There's a variety of them that came out that were just next level. So, Sam, why don't we start with you this morning with your origin stories? You can just talk about the beginning of Static Sift.
I'll be happy to do that. The first hashish that uh, I saw static hash was in 1988 in Gambia, West Africa. And a friend of mine was there. He was trying to grow cannabis. I think he was trying to grow skunk cannabis and in Gambia, which is difficult because the photo period is so short in Gambia. But he hadn't finished a crop yet. So what he was doing was making hash. Well, he was dry sifting the local weed that was in Gambia because it wasn't that great or strong. And so he would he would dry sift it to get rid of everything that was too big, and then dry sift it again to get rid of everything that was too small. And that way he was able to get a fairly potent hash from it. But what I noticed when he was doing it, he was rubbing his hand around on the screen to get rid of the stuff that was too big or too small. I think it was the small screen he was doing it on. And he didn't notice it, but I noticed that all of the best resin seemed to be sticking the way it does to a glove around his hand. And what he did was he would just brush it down in with the good stuff, and he wasn't trying to really separated out. He was just trying to get rid of the big stuff and the small stuff. But with static tech, it takes it to another level, because what you've got is farmer's hash that doesn't have anything too big or anything too small. But the static tech changes that from like 50% THC resin heads. So they might be maybe, I don't know, 30, 40, 50% resin heads in the farmer's hash. To, I mean, if you clean it up several times with static tech, you can get 99.9% resin heads. And I didn't really mess around it with that much in Gambia. What I did instead was, when I got back to Amsterdam, I played around with a bunch of skunk number one that I had, and I immediately, the light went on in my head, and well, actually the light went on in Gambia, but once I had made it here, I couldn't believe it, because I had never smoked hash that completely melted and dripped and went right through a very super fine stainless steel screen. And I realized this truly was something special. And yeah, that's where it went from there in 1988.
If it don't bubble, it ain't worth the trouble. So that came about around 1988, 89. I feel like you would have come up with that very soon after watching that dry sift melt down your Ruhr downstem.
That's absolutely correct.
Okay, so the screen sizes, you figured that out pretty quickly. You understood that, yeah, you could sift with a 200 or whatever, a 180, and you could go.
I think I used a 150 to get rid of the stuff that was too big to be a resin head. And I used I think it was a 70 or a 77 to get rid of the stuff that was too small, microns. And yeah, it just took me a week or so to figure it all out.
Oh my God, dude, that is just so crazy to think of.
Luckily, I had lots of raw material, so which what I would use would be cannabis which had dried for 2 weeks in the dark and then cured for a couple of weeks in a box, a couple of months, excuse me. So I was using raisins rather than wet grapes, and that made it much easier, because otherwise the resin heads want to smear when you do this sort of processing. And I eventually figured out ways where I didn't even have to use. Well, I have to use my hand for the static check, but for the processing the branches, the dried branches, I could do it with pharmaceutical particle sizing machines that were rotary sifters, and I could easily create, 100 or more kilos a few hours uh, in a walk-in freezer.
Wow. Well, I'll never forget making hash with you and Rob back in the day, and just producing. So like, you had these 8 foot by 5 foot dry sift screens that you would just lay right down on the ground and pull out a 55-gallon barrel, one of, I don't know how many you had. It must have been 100 of them stacked up against the wall, just full of ground dried flour, and just dump it over the screen and give it a little shimmy shimmy. We had the rakes. I'll never forget. One more thing, something I couldn't really talk about, something I couldn't really share. I was just like, oh my God, I'm having this experience. I'm with Sam and Rob, and we're making hash right now. This is unbelievable. And I'll tell you, the most liked photo, not liked, but the most viewed photo, because people were having a very hard time with it. And it's unfortunate that I can't find the picture of dry sift that I've been looking for, because I have a picture of that process that we did that day. And, it looks just like a little bit of dry sift on a table, but then you can kind of see your feet in the top of the picture. And it's just that you suddenly realize, holy shit, that's like 4,000 or 5,000 grams plus of dry sift sitting on the floor. But the one that really rocked people's minds, and this was back in like, the mid 2000s again, was when you cleaned it all up, and I took the chaff that you cleaned out, which to the naked eye just looks like it just looks like dry sift. It doesn't look like it's worse or better or anything like that. And I remember going into your bathroom and dumping it in the toilet and taking a picture of it while I did it. And man, that picture, people, holy fuck, that picture rocked people's minds. They could not wrap their head around it. They were like, I would have smoked that. Like, no problem. Why did you throw that down the toilet? Like, what are you doing? Anyway, I want to show that picture because I did finally find it. So this was making a little bit of dry sift over at Sam's. You can see the feet in the top corner of Sam and Rob. So you can see that's a lot of dry sift. That's like, it might have even been 6 or 7,000 grams. I can't remember, but we made it in like five minutes. And you can see also the rake in the top of the picture, the red rake. That's what we were using to move the material over the screen. And of course, you look at that green material and it looks pretty darn spectacular. But then you look at what Sam would turn that into very shortly after with his method, and
Yeah, I called that still farmer's hash because
agreed.
we got rid of stuff that was too big or too small to be good, but it was still to me farmer's hash because yeah, because you can make it 99.9% pure, and that's the cream de la cream.
Which you absolutely did. I'll never be able to explain to people how special and amazing this thing was. I think it was also even more amazing because it was an actual unicorn that nobody really had in the world. Like if you were lucky and you had some trim bin sift that melted into a liquid, it might be 50% heads, but this was 99.999% heads, to the point where your eye in this picture, you'll be able to see the like 3 capitate stalks immediately. The more pure you make something, the more contamination stands out. It's the most insane thing. I will just put for reference the picture that Sam, or when Sam was mentioning the farmer's grade sift. I always like to show this to people because I think it's so educational. This is what farmer's grade sift looks like. You're lucky if you're in a 10% to 20% heads. I'm not talking THC content. We're talking the purity percentage of glandular trichome heads. And with a very, now if you're doing a very light bounce, and I'm sure Johnny B will chime in here in a little bit with his first bounce, right? If you do a very gentle bounce with incredible material, you could get upwards of 80%, but to get 99%, there was always this other process involved. And I would like to reiterate with the static process that Sam discovered in Africa. It's a 2-part system, and a lot of people didn't really understand this. The static aspect is one part of the system. He's rubbing his hand, he's rubbing it on the screen, he's creating a static charge, and things are sticking to his hand. The second part is that he's using force on the screen. He's pushing on the screen while he does it. And that is so important that so many, many, many companies that tried to create equipment and machines and who tried to improve this equipment early on seem to be missing. And that was the pushing and the breaking up of the contaminant. Because if you didn't do that, that contaminant would gladly stick to your hand. It would go and stick to all of that material on your hand the same way the heads would.
What was happening was it's like when you walk on a wool carpet and you brush your feet against it and it creates a static charge. When you put your hands round and round and round on a monofilament screen, then it creates a static charge on your hands that attracts the good and repels the bad.
Yes, exactly. So I think, I'd always try to explain to people, look, because I saw people using balloons and other tools, and I just thought, you're gonna still create that charge, but you're not gonna really be pushing contaminant through the screen simultaneously because capitate stalks and cystolith hairs, the cellulose type materials, in colder environments in particular will break and push through the smaller holes of the 70 micron screen, while the heads themselves, unless they're small enough, will go through. They'll stay on top of the screen and eventually attach themselves. And anyone that's done the static hand sifting can tell you as well. It's just like anything. If you're using subpar material, it really doesn't work as well. And I think that's where the Sambo Creek filtration machine comes in, because with this, for hand sifting, everyone learned, and I think it's the same reason why it didn't spread quite like wildfire, like I kind of thought it would when I first was like, okay, I'll start, we'll put this out here a little bit. We had D420K with the iTunes card he was using to card his material, which was the process that I had figured out before I was told anything. I mean, the first time Johnny B and I met in Amsterdam, I invited him over to the house very soon after. I'm sure you remember that, Johnny B, the first time we made dry sift together.
Fun. We laughed like kids. We dumped it all too. It was like one of the most funnest times coming back on that plane from Amsterdam in 2012. And then I said I had this sift at home. You're like, bring it over, let's clean it. I'm like, what? I already have it cleaned. It goes, no, no, no. It came over
No,
here.
no. Well, when you showed up, John, when you showed up, you were like, dude, look at this. You were like, this is good dry sift. This is the good dry sift. And I was like, that is not the good dry sift, John. I can tell you that's not the good dry sift. And so we carded his hash, I shit you not, for 45 minutes. Now, I wish you could hear the audio of this video, because this is the actual video of the hash that I cleaned for John. And it was, we took this hit simultaneously. I took a bit, he took a bit. You can't carb it. There's no carb back in the day. This was the Skunkman Sam technique of using a stainless steel screen. And really, you have to understand that back in like 2012, even still, this was so insane for people to see. But when John and I finished this rip, and you can see this rip was like, I don't know, it was like 3 or 4 minutes long of us smoking this hash. At the end of it, we both like spit out our rip, and you can hear us just laughing. I really wish I could figure out a way to share the audio, because we were literally rolling around on the ground, and I can tell you a light bulb went off in John's head. And John's got to be one of the most fucking craziest people in the most wonderful way that I know. He's such a good dude, but when he attaches himself to something and he's now going to learn it, nobody's going to learn it like John. And he literally spent like the next 10 years just developing his first bounce, playing around with the sift, growing his own plants, and just like, it was, fuck, I bet it was less than 6 months after this that he came to me and said, I'm just gonna turn all my crops into hash from now on. Talk about that a little bit, Johnny B. What a revelation that was for you, as a patient, because above all, you're a patient.
That was the biggest thing, is how it helped me with my pain. And before I was like, doing butane, we made glass, made all these crazy things, right? So understand, like for me, when it came to sift, and I go back a little before that, I was using a lot of concentrates to get through what I need for breakthrough pain. So I was the hot dabber. I would hit everything at 710. Everything dabbed me out because that's what I liked. And really, when sift came into the play, it was that next level, because it got the flavor. It was able to actually help me with that next level, right? Like, it wasn't just about, and it was the pure, and be able to see that, and then cutting down my plants on the screens and getting that first bounce, and I'm like, whoa, that was even more pure at that point than the carding, right? So that kind of led into the next stages of where we are now. And like, yeah, I got screens everywhere. They're sitting right here, of course, right? I got all kinds of different sets of screens. I was cleaning on the 304. I literally have everybody's screens outside in every different sizes. And I was really learning how the different microns, and I was testing that too on a GC. So I was seeing the same profile, but just different THC levels with the hash and stuff like that. So I did really go down the rabbit hole. Like, because
Awesome.
now it's kind of like, shit, the little static tech and that little change. And I did did the bare hand. And when that happened on my hand, I was like, that was the next level.
Yeah,
And
dude, that's what's up.
now
Hey, I think Jen Doe lost sound. I think we all have sound. Sound is all working in the
Yep.
hash church there.
Sound
So
work.
not sure, Jen Doe, what's going on there. Try and get her to
we're getting to that
figure
next
it out.
level now. Now there's just so much going on with sift, and that's what's so great about it. And seeing the advancements and then where it's going now in machines. I can't wait. We've had that shaking machine someone sent me. You've had all these things. Everybody's tried different machines. Are trying to have the static, have sift and the static tech. Wow, it's been a game changer because now everybody can do it at home, and we're getting. Well, I can't wait to hear what we're going to be involved with today's show. I'm very curious on all the new techniques and what's coming out in the future and what we're doing and be able that separation.
Well, you're gonna have to come by ATS one of these days soon, Johnny B, and we'll get the Sambo Creek filtration machine going, and we'll make a nice video, the two of us, just like on this journey, right? Like 11, 12 years ago, we started this journey together with the dry sift. I started it a little earlier myself. I started dry sifting in probably the 90s, in the mid 90s. I was pretty much a farmer's grade dry sift guy. This was prior to bubble hash. And, for me, it all started, and I've told the story many times, like bumping into Rob Clark in Amsterdam in 95. I was with my lawyer, John Conroy, at a Thai food restaurant near the Dam Rack, off the Dam Rack in Amsterdam. And I always tell the story. It was a trippy Thai food restaurant because every single one of the waiters was a lady boy, a katoi, if you're familiar with Thailand. And they were super cool. They were like, they would let us puff in the restaurant, which was just like, there weren't that many restaurants in Amsterdam. I mean, of course, the Artiste, Simone's restaurant that we spent a lot of time in that Sam and Rob introduced me to years ago. Simone was kind of militant. He would really let Sam and Rob enjoy puffs in his restaurant. And in fact, even one time kicked a couple out who was upset that they were puffing in the restaurant. And Simone said, well, the door's right over there if you don't like my friends enjoying their hashish in the restaurant. So very cool thing that the way it sort of played out. And yeah, I took this hit of hash. Didn't even get into the restaurant. It was on the stairs on the way into the restaurant. And Rob hit us up with this bowl, and I smoked it, and I watched it bubbling and melting, and it just like disappeared. And he said, if it don't bubble, it ain't worth the trouble. And I was just like, what fucking wizardry is this? And for him, it was probably just come and gone experience. I couldn't stop thinking about that for years until I discovered and created my own full melt resin. I had never seen hash in my life that melted into an oil. And my excitement for it really lit my passion. And anyone that ever met me in the early days when I was showing them the process, particularly of water extraction, because that's where it led for me into the bags and processing with water and ice. And that moment when you pull that bag and that golden sand is looping around on the screen, and I called it the eyebrow raise because everyone went, like everyone's eyebrows hit the top of their hairline when we saw this process. And of course, this was in the late 90s as well. So we've come a long way. Our community is a hilarious community. I think it's because so many neurodivergent people are attracted to cannabis. Yes, I'll say it, neurodivergent. It's just a nice word for our mental illness. We are all mentally ill to a certain degree, and I love the mental illness. Everyone's mentally ill. Let's just start with that. We all have mental health problems. We look to find people with our tribe is really the people who share our mental health problems. And the cannabis community, I've never met more people that are just so all over the board and wild. And it's just been an amazing experience, some good, some bad. But I think it shows, that our community is so out there. We're so fringed out. It's nice to see the legal aspect. It's nice to see that it's good to be in the ethers and floating around and trying to discover things. It's also good to be grounded and have people on your team that are extremely grounded. So it's nice to see that more developing. Back in the day when cannabis was very illegal and prohibition was so hardcore, there was really only, a certain group of people who were willing to risk their freedom and their life. Let's be honest, if you're in the US and you're getting slapped with 10 or 20 years in prison, that's pretty much, life. That's a life sentence, 20 plus years in prison. And people were risking it, and a lot of people were risking it. And now it's more safe for other people to be involved. It's safer for people to come out of the woodwork. People that have been working on these sort of processes that, a lot of us might not understand completely. We're not all scientists. We haven't all delved down the rabbit hole of sort of the proper science of learning about these processes, but we're these sort of neurodivergent folks who are just like in our garages playing around with things and flipping things over and discovering things. I mean, of all places, I don't think anyone in the world would have ever guessed that static sift was birthed in Gambia. Like that's so out there. It's so wild. It's so amazing. We have to one day all end up in Gambia and celebrate it as the birth of static tech. I mean, Holland, Amsterdam, of course, played a huge part in it without Sam being able to grow all those incredible cultivars. It also goes to show that the people who discover things aren't always the people who discover things. You heard it with the light bulb. Oh, so and so didn't invent the light bulb. He stole it from. Well, did he steal it if the other guy didn't really know what he had? Like, did Sam steal this process from this guy who really just didn't understand what he was doing while Sam was standing over his back shoulder looking and kind of putting things together with his own mind? And it's why it becomes so important in our community, especially, to open source some concepts and ideas and for more of us to kind of chime in. And, one person, what I noticed with this process was, I released carding, which was really for sifting. No one had really ever done anything except just, bouncing sift. So then we had the carding. Well, it was in the carding that D420K discovered that stuff was sticking to his card. Well, then Mies came along and created the balloon or whatever else he created, and then Tan had and more people. And it was just this sort of discovery because people were getting a little bit more of the information. So I'd love
I
to.
want to say one more thing.
Please,
That
I'd love to hear from you.
I tried every technique I could with the static. I used a Van de Graaff generator, and what it actually did was it it spread the resin all over the room, sticking to everything. So it was a failure. I guess I was using the wrong end of the electrical charge, the positive or the negative. The other thing I can remember early was somebody, I think it was THC Seeds. Uh, they found what they called Oprah hash. They were watching Oprah on TV, and they noticed that the electrical charge of the TV screen was attracting the hash. And, so a funny story. Another thing was I liked that what John was talking about with the sifter. It's a stock sifter, each one with a different size screen that would mechanically shake. And those were very handy for what you could do was each different variety of cannabis, especially if it's grown in different ways, indoors, outdoors, big containers in the ground, uh, has a slightly different sized resin head. So you could run some dry sift through this uh, shaker that had, all the different micron screens stacked, the biggest at the top and the smallest at the low. And you could tune in exactly what was the best size screen to use for that particular variety.
Awesome, dude. Yeah, that generator story is hilarious, dude. I mean, look at even the sample filtration. I think one of the things they figured out was we got to encase this thing because I'm telling you, if you left the doors open on the Sambo Creek filtration plasmatic sifter, you would get a similar effect than you got with that Van de Graaff generator.
No, I can't believe how many different ways that I know we tried making sift. I had things vibrating on screens. I put speakers. Oh, I mean, I tried everything, went down that rabbit hole. So it was kind of fun to start seeing it, like I said, with the sifting, and then that change with static was the game changer.
Did you
Definitely.
try different music? Was there any particular melodies or sounds or
Yeah.
like heavy metal music, the bass really pushed the sifting or what happened?
I think that we did even a video on it, just going across the thing, and then we had this other like wand thing. Shit. It was definitely fun seeing how it's evolved and where it is now and the future, right? Like it just like I said, separating all the different gland heads, and those gland heads to have different efficacies, and they all help with different conditions. And that's just my hypothesis, my hallucination of how we're going to start really taking it to that next level, and just the different maturity of that gland head, and what its actually abilities and what it can do with new research and technology. Like we're just scratching the surface. I'm excited to see where this is going to go
Yeah.
over.
Here in the Netherlands, when you tried to use a pollinator, for example, to make your farmer's hash, if you tried to do it in the middle of the summer when it was hot and humid, good luck. I mean, the yield was so ridiculously small, and the resin would clump up. I mean, it was just terrible. But a walk-in freezer solved that really good.
Absolutely. I still sift in even to make my farmer's grade sift, I sift in a walk-in freezer always. It just releases material better. I get a nicer, cleaner. One of the things from the water extraction world, before water hash was happening, very few people were making hashish in the cannabis world. You had some outliers who were into it. There were people who made oil, but most people, and this is why when I started the bag company, that trim was something people threw away. They dumped it on the side of the road. I could get tons. And when I say tons, I don't mean like a lot. I mean like metric tons of sift. No problem. It was completely available. People were just tossing it and throwing away. And once the bags came out, it was 3 or 4 years after that, you couldn't get trim anymore. Now trim became something that you could buy if you were lucky. So it really changed the game in regards to how we looked at that material. And it was this sort of turning trash into stash, right, was the old logo or motto, I should say, of being able to access that material. People legitimately were throwing it away, and in a very short period of time it became a high value product. Years later, people would stop even using trim, and a lot of people were starting to just say, hey, let's just use the flower. It wasn't too long after that someone was like, why don't we just freeze the flower right when it's off the stalk and we'll run it that way? So now we were accessing these processes that would preserve volatile organic compounds. Well, the beautiful thing about dry sifting is you don't necessarily have to worry about preserving volatile organic compounds, because you're not putting them into the water. You're not going to be, whatever water solubles are in that material. And I've heard this many times, oh, the water doesn't act as a solvent. Well, it certainly does, because the water would be clear at the end of the process if it didn't act as a solvent. So it's definitely pulling material out of the hash that is not being pulled out from the dry sift material.
Yeah,
So
when we first found varieties that you could, dry varieties that you could water sift and minimally affect the terpene profile, like citral, that was one of the first ones. A lot of people drifted towards citral variety because it the resin after you made water hash, it was practically the same as if you dry sifted it, except for one of the big differences, water sifting, you get a much higher yield of resin than you do from dry sifting.
right. Well, from 1988 to 2024, I would love to hear, Charles, from you and your team, the scientists. how you guys figured out and came about creating this piece of equipment, because it certainly isn't what I would say. I mean, maybe to Alex, it is common sense. He's been working in electrostatic for 30 years. To the rest of us, it just isn't. When I first saw the machine, I was like, what the hell is this? This is wild. So I'd love to hear a little bit about that, Charles, from any of your
And
team.
I have a question for Alex, which is, what is it that you were doing 30 years ago with electrostatic?
Oh, this was separation of grain mostly. And the assumption was that they are different in conductivity, grain versus garbage. And that was reality because grain polarized and it was sticking to the surface versus all of this kind of
What kind of a
unnecessary.
device was it that was
No, it
this
was
was
wheat grain mostly. So it was separators of, but it could be used for any type of seeds. Basically, I don't want to refer to my previous experience, but real discovery for me was when I first had seen how you guys are doing this sifting on the screen. And then I realized, oh my gosh, there is charging here, right? And the initial assumption was that we need to rub it over nylon screen to get some charge. But fortunately, we bought a good, nice, very expensive electrometer. And that helped us to understand that, yeah, there is natural charge in resin. And this natural charge could work even without rubbing on the screen. So that could be like definite feature for separation.
Very interesting. Not everyone can do the process, Alex, with the hand. Some people's hands are too warm, and what happens is as you're
or
going in the
if their
circle,
hands are sweaty.
yeah,
Absolutely, it doesn't work when you just discharge. With wet hands, you could discharge material, right?
yeah, or
So
with a
everything should
warm
be
hand,
very kind
cold.
of low humidity.
Yeah, low humidity, low heat, but even a bit of warmth without any sweat, which could be someone with warm hands and they've even got a glove on, so there's no moisture or sweat. It heats up the resin and it creates little balls. And the minute those balls are created, your hand is no longer touching the screen evenly. It's now lifted up a little bit. And anyone that's done this process has seen this. Sure, Wolverine Dabs has seen this, where you're just in the middle of doing a batch and all of a sudden you've got all these the hash is starting to press and turn into little balls. And this is obviously not what we want.
That's
That can
probably
also
because
be.
Mhm.
it's
Oh, sorry.
probably because they didn't dry and cure the before they put their hands on it. Because and also if you have sweaty hands, good luck.
Yeah, not only that, but if you have little bits of contamination sitting in the sift as well, that will also cause a snowballing effect, and it will start building up those balls. But that's one of the things that the plasma separator has really helped eliminate for me in particular, because we run our material very aggressively. It gets rid of all those particulates. It removes them onto the negative plate.
Beautiful.
There's also a factor of the material as well, right? Like some strains are just greasy, and even for ice water, they might not wash super well, and so we struggle with them. We came up with a way around that, which we call brushing. But I think I was telling you, Logan, about that very excitedly. We found basically one kind of brush that will actually pick up contaminants off the screen, so you can do a reverse process if the material's not. Well, we actually use it for everything, but if the material's not working well, you can just pull contaminants out instead of trying to pull the trichomes out and not have to put your hand on any resin.
Yes, some of the varieties, it's their terpene content, which is really they're they attract water, and they're instead of being hydrophobic, they're hydroscopic.
Oh, hydrophilic, isn't it? Mark, chemist.
Marcus. So like, Can you
Yeah,
hear
go
me?
ahead.
No,
Yeah.
no. I guess right for me, everything started with the work that Skunkman Sam did, and you mentioned Steve Tanhat. That's really where I picked it up from, and we played around with all kinds of things with him, and I posted a video on it, and that's really what got me interested was the number of viewers that were actually watching that video, and I kind of knew it was a there. What really made things happen for me, um, I used to be in mining, so this technology, it's nothing new. It's tried and true. I actually had an edge because I had used these machines in mining before. And here in Florida, one of the companies that actually makes the big industrial mining separators called Wototech, I flew up and did testing, but it was weird, right? Because they didn't seem to understand what I was trying to do, even though they were really good at it. It made sense to me. You go to the pros and hey, this is a simple problem. Can you help me fix it? Didn't go very well. What really popped for me was when I had a grown up explain to me what was happening. Because obviously, based on what Skunkman and what I had learned from Tan had, it was obvious that the physics were there, but I didn't understand what I was looking at. And I think, well, obviously, what did it for me was like having Alex in the room, really explaining to me the why and the how, and try not to kill yourself with the power supply. So once that happened, everything progressed really quickly. And now that I look back into the years past, all of like the recorded videos that we took, there were obvious observations then that we simply didn't know what we were looking at. So like we're continuing to make discoveries that observationally they're there, but we just couldn't tie one and one together. And so like the pace of innovation, it's kind of been extremely fast because there are so many users and there's so much feedback from the community on how to improve the process. It's kind of like if you look at BHO, like the first extractors and where we are today, it's night and day. So because it's such a new technology, everything's moving so fast. And then when you put in people like Christoph into the mix, I mean, like the man's extremely humble, but you combine the know-how with the passion of cannabis and then the access with someone like Renee, like, I mean, the pace of innovation is so insane that we have some really cool stuff, just continually down the pipeline. And then there's other people that are coming up with incredibly awesome stuff too, which is you know, super cool.
Absolutely.
At
Well,
the same
go
time
ahead,
that
Sam.
this is all going on, people were improving the vaporization process. So
Yeah.
together, it just, yeah, it just, because that's what I like, you know, well-made dry sift, really pure, and then vaporized instead of combusted.
It was really cool for me. I remember I posted on Facebook or something like that, and then you reached out. I'll be honest, we had a conversation and I really felt good about what I had done after I spoke with you because I don't know, like I felt like, damn, like this guy is a legend, and just kind of having that, I'm gonna say seal of approval, sort of, but that's at least that's what I took from it. I thought, like kudos, the man was like, approving of what I had done and pushing the industry forward. So for me, that was like a real big morale booster after I had that conversation with you. I guess it was over a year ago or something like that. So anyway, that to me was pretty cool, and I really wanted you to hook up with Renee. And now that there's a machine right there, you can kind of at least Renee, you gotta hook the brother up and take some hash over.
I would be very happy to see him in our facility and to make some hash together. It would really be an honor to me to see him in our facility and to make a good hash in Netherlands. And maybe we can make also something for the coffee shops, a real legends hash for the coffee shops. Would be really nice to see you here.
Some Skunkman Sam static dry sift available in a coffee shop in Amsterdam would be absolutely
Epic,
bonkers. Oh my God,
epic.
dude. I'm flying to Amsterdam.
Oh my
Yeah,
God.
unfortunately, we're not in Amsterdam because the legal weed supply project is only around in the rural areas like Den Haag and Breda, Tilburg in these areas. But
Okay, you're one of the 10 licenses then.
Yeah, we are
For
one
the
of the
Dutch
top.
experiment.
Yeah, the Dutch weed experiment. Yeah, true.
Okay, yes, I've spoken to quite a few of those groups, and
And everything that you supply a coffee shop, before it's supplied to a coffee shop, is it lab tested to show that it's not adulterated in any way or contaminated or with pesticides, or is that happening already?
Yes, in the legal weed experiment, everything what's going on the market must be tested, every batch. So we test on mycotoxins, pesticides, heavy metals.
Yeah, well, that's one of the things consumers, safety has to come first. I absolutely agree with this.
I also agree with this. It's
Yep.
there's a lot of people who I saw this sort of, people like when the legal cannabis thing came out, and you get the legal folks who were really not from the black market in any way, and they'd say things like, oh, there's dangerous cannabis out there, and then the cannabis industry would get upset and be like, we've been smoking this cannabis that hasn't been tested for forever, and it's totally safe and it's fine. I don't know. I still visit grows in the black market to this day, and they are spraying the most heinous shit all over the plants that you could possibly
And you got to
believe.
remember, Marcus, that when the first testing happened in 2008 in California, and a few years later here in the Netherlands, 85% of the cannabis either had dangerous chemical pesticides, insecticides, or microorganisms that were not healthy for you to smoke.
It's
Sometimes
definitely.
higher
Go
than
ahead, Etienne.
85% sometimes there, Sam.
Jesus
So
Christ.
yes, I agree because I helped pioneer that testing in California back in 07, 08 when we finally railed it out. And we were absolutely
And
floored by
we
how
knew it
many
was
people
true.
were running illegal shit.
Yeah, we knew it was true because we had a lab more than 10 years earlier than that time, and we found it when we were testing like the High Times Cannabis Cup stuff. We didn't publicize our results, but we found out what was going on.
And it wasn't the pesticides and herbicides that actually instigated it. I got an upper respiratory infection from a mold, and I couldn't see it. And we realized then that we could not see something through our microscopes as well as we thought we were doing with organoleptic testing. We realized we were still failing, and that's what really pushed me to reach out to El Soli and ask them and get rejected, and then find Ethan Russo and find Arno, because it was a journey of frustration initially. I didn't have access to you or your lab or to say, hey, Sam, how do I start a lab? You know what I'm saying? It was something we
Yeah,
literally had to start from the
Steve,
ground up, and
Steve
then
D,
finding real scientists, real
yeah,
coordinators of UVHPLC machines, of gas chromatographs.
yeah.
And then we were
Steve,
able to take that next step.
Steve D'Angelo came over and visited me several years before they opened the Steep Hill Labs and what he was doing. And I gave him as much advice as I could because freely I gave it to him because I really wanted to protect consumer safety.
Well, the big problem with Steep Hill, for those that are watching, is that they wanted to make the science proprietary. And I was like, no, science is open source. Science is replicatable. We're not going to hide behind a veil and now charge everybody just to know the science. So that was something that we push, and one reason why I not only fired Steep Hill once, I fired them twice because of inaccuracies that they would eventually fix. But it was a learning curve for all of us initially, and it wasn't fun.
Yeah, we were lucky because we were fully licensed in the very early 90s. And we were working closely with Dr. Brenneisen in Zurich and Dr. Mashulam and Dr. El Sole so that we were able to get proper results very quickly.
Well, it's definitely important. It is funny how many people in the sort of gray market were like, oh God, we've been smoking weed for a long time. It's totally safe. You don't have to worry about it. It's like, yeah, well, when you get weed up to like $5, $6, $7,000 a pound in the black market, and someone's got a crop coming down with 50 pounds and it's got bugs or it's got mildew or it's got something else that's going to threaten the safety of the sale of that cannabis, you would not believe how many people will take the low road and just be like, well, I'm not a bad person, but I got to pay my mortgage. I got to pay my bills. Like I got to pay my employees. I can't just not sell this crop. And I saw it as well in Jamaica in a big way. And, these were like super conscious people, super conscious growers, but I'd always, whenever I went to a field in Jamaica, I would walk around the outer area of the field because that's where they would toss these bottles of these pesticides and fungicides and really bad shit that could fuck you up legitimately. And I kind of, one time I caught this guy and I was like, dude, like what are you doing, man? This is like, what you're better than this. And he was just like, man, this is a matter of me either putting food on my table or me not putting food on my table. So for him, it was like this, it was easy for me to judge and be sort of like, dude, come on. But on his side of things, he was like, look, bro, it's either I'm going to feed my family this month or I'm not going to feed my family this month. So I personally love the idea of people being forced. I hate over regulations. But I do love the fact, and I've mentioned this on Hash Church before, that we do have a regulatory system in place. Maybe some of them are a little outrageous and we don't need to worry about like, oh, the packaging looks like it's being marketed to children. In the meantime, you can have Captain Morgan on the rum bottle, no problem. But you can't have anything on cannabis. So there are bad regulations for cannabis, but the regulations that make it safe, that make it so you can't spray nasty poisonous chemicals. I mean, honestly, I'm kind of hoping the food industry takes a page out of the cannabis regulatory concepts and applies it to them as well, because half of the food that we eat today is also absolutely filled with poisonous, toxic substances. Yes,
Well,
Brett.
let's also test the CBD suppliers who are filling their stuff with stuff we don't really know. And one reason why they backed out of California is because they can't follow the actual testing standards. And as Dr. Scaldone will tell you, and all of us, science matters. And the reason why we push science is because, we were dealing with cancer and AIDS patients, and they get an upper respiratory infection, it can kill you. And
Not only
that's
that,
the
but
responsibility that we carry.
it's bad enough when you use poisons on food. I mean, I would never do it in a million years. But when you smoke it, watch out.
Well,
And
the
that's the
problem with
problem.
the unscrupulous people, because we watched it very early on, is that it would fail testing, and this is before California decided, well, then we get to destroy that as opposed to or retest it then destroy it. I would watch them go right up the street and sell that cannabis that failed exactly for what you stated, Marcus, that we heard every excuse. I'm going to lose my farm. I'm going to lose this if I don't have the money for that. So that has always been a frustration of navigation of ethics. I think all of us suppliers, producers that are providing medically, we have had to navigate those unscrupulous waters every day because everybody wants to sell and everybody wants to make good. And again, back then we used to turn away 80% of what we used to see in a day's time. And then when we started to test, then it became 10% because when you started to look at the significant amount of failures. And I'm glad that we started testing and that people have been held to standards that they have to get to, because we know that there is good cannabis and you can grow good cannabis without pesticides and herbicides by doing it. But it's hard work and it's really about being clean and constantly cleaning up after yourself. And it's hard
And
work.
using integrated pest management.
Exactly.
Agrees. I got to shout out Grandmaster LED because I've yet to see anything more effective than that UVC light that he has. 5 minutes a day. He's devastating thrip populations. He's devastating mite populations. He's devastating ape. I've never seen a person bring thousands of spider mites into their room with a smile on his face. And the craziest thing is, this wasn't some R&D grow. This was his medical grow. He didn't have an R&D grow. He just had his own grow. He was like, all right, I'm going to stand behind this technology because I know it works, and it actually affects mildew as well. So we're moving into the future here with technology and abilities to grow better cannabis. I would love to know, Charles, if you're seeing a big problem with pesticides and herbicides in Morocco, if that's,
Oh, yeah. I mean, that's for sure. So, Marcus, we had envisioned to do a conference in Morocco in February. Um, Unfortunately, I went to ANRAC. ANRAC is like the MED or whatever, the regulatory agency, and so basically they were like, no educational conferences are not allowed, and you're all going to do 8 years time. And we're working on all kinds of crazy things to really help the people out. Like I'm doing research on how they extract the baño process, where they beat it with a stick. So, we're doing, particle range and distribution, understanding why that process is the most effective process and how we can industrialize that process so they can produce better quality resin. I know Jen and her team is working with a plasma static to develop genetics that are amenable to that process to take to places like that. And I was just in Morocco, man, and really we almost got into trouble because there's I guess there's been like atypical rains in Morocco and I guess flooding in the desert, which was like historic, right? And so there's been a lot of powdery mildew, and we were at an actual farm where I almost got literally held up, um, because the guy that I was rolling with, I guess he sold these guys some seeds, and they were blaming the issue on the seeds. And so the management practices that they have aren't on par. I get it. There's limits to their knowledge and the access that they have, not only to genetics, but you can't exactly go by beneficial insects, or just the access to technology isn't there. And so what happens is, I've seen the kind of pesticides that they use. It is insane, especially when they start seeing these powdery mildews and all these kinds of things like that. um, the chemicals that they put, and not just that, it's the fertilizers too, right? The soil isn't forgiving, and just they need a lot more education, and they just can't get it. They really can't get it.
What they need is genetics which have that resist mildew, and there's also genes which are susceptible to mildew. If you have the ones that are susceptible to mildew, good luck. If you have the ones, it's more important to not have the susceptible ones, to have the resistant ones, but it's better to have
Yeah.
both.
Yeah, having
And,
no susceptibility and resistance, that's the combo you're looking for.
but Marcus, even like post-harvest practices, there's so much knowledge that you need to spread, because just some of the stuff, I can see how they were losing resin. They're just throwing the flower out to dry in concrete. Look, a lot of it has to do with lack of knowledge, but also lack of investment. And at the end of the day, for the most part, it's still illegal there. So they don't really want or can't invest in infrastructure because it's illegal. So they really are limited with what they want to do and what they can do, because it's all liability. So I understand that it's very difficult, the situation that they're in, but nonetheless, you see some of these not best practices that they end up producing lower quality stuff than because the soil is they have the right terroir to do something far better than they do. And the proof is that I've got some guys down there that are producing just some incredible stuff. I mean, incredible fresh frozen stuff.
Well,
But
one
they
of the
have,
other problems in Morocco, of course, is that it's all seeded. There is no Simsamia grown in Morocco that I've ever
yeah.
seen.
No, it's a problem. Everything gets
So
fertilized
the
and
the
it's
government doesn't
chaos.
see the value of reducing the illegality, the prohibition, which
See,
feeds the gangs and the you know the
that
like the folks who
that's
are
what makes
doing
sense
this
to
on a
me.
yeah, like it just and then the safety of like people are using it. They're the number one exporter of hashish worldwide. So they
Yeah.
don't, I can't imagine that they don't see the value with like the US and Canada and Europe and all these countries and
Oh,
continents, for God's sakes, like legalizing cannabis. Morocco could be in an incredible position. I can't believe they told you no education. That is
well,
wild.
I to me it didn't make sense because the way I saw it was, look, we're not advocating that you do anything illegal. By all means, not at all. I want everybody to legalize and get on board and do things right. But they see it as you're educating the illegal market how to do business. That's kind of how they see it. So either you legalize or you don't. I don't know, that middle path that they want to be treading. Maybe I disagree with it. I mean, it is what it is. But I just think that if you're going to go down that path, they should go down that path. Everybody should legalize, learn best practices, and get their act together pri-
Yeah.
primarily because I just believe that. So if they're obviously the consumption isn't local, so it's going to third parties, to third countries, right? And so if that's the situation, I mean, I look at the price that these local farmers are growing or getting locally. They're getting some real good prices. It just seems like most of the people there are making money. They're making a lot of money. So my concern is there are, I mean, you're driving down the road and there's just farm after farm. It never stops, and there's thousands of people that depend on this industry. So my concern is what happens when the prices in Europe get to like a California type situation where at one point, if the quality in Morocco does not step up, they won't be able to make any money because they won't be able to sell to Europe, or they will just be able to, they'll just be like a lower quality product. They won't be able to compete because it's coming. I mean, look at the size of Renee's operation. I mean, it's insane. And he's just one person, right? What happens when the entirety of Europe organizes and legalizes and you have mass production and prices start to fall? Where does that leave them? My concern is that you could have all of these thousands of little farmers that they're not going to have a living anymore. What else are they going to grow? You know, I saw this a lot in the Peruvian Amazon. The coca farmers, man, when coca was hot, I mean, these people had outboard motors and they had money. Try to grow corn in the Amazon. There is 1,000,000,001 bugs trying to kill you and trying to kill the corn. And then when you harvest the corn, there is no way you're going to get that corn off of that mountain onto the river and to market at a profit. It's impossible. So that's what I'm concerned that's going to happen to those people. And I thought, if I can help, I know great people with the knowledge to help these people. I was going to do a free event. We had already 100 people signed up. Free education, free food, free education, free everything, just so they can understand at least a different perspective on how things are done. And then they were like, well, you're probably going to do 8 years. You might have your event, but you're not going to get out of the country and you're all going to go to jail. And I was like,
Well,
yeah,
did you
I'll
ask them if we
pass.
could get hash in jail? Because that really is a deciding factor.
Yeah, no, I don't know. You know what I mean? So like, yeah, it was, yeah, it's
So
a shame.
obviously the
But
government needs more, there needs to be a group of people in Morocco working on sort of promoting these concepts to the government to see that. I mean,
yeah, more advocacy.
in my dream world, all of these, and it's so weird that cannabis is like this. It's like all the people that were deeply involved, not all of them, but a lot of people that were deeply involved in cannabis have just been sort of pushed to the wayside as legalization comes in. And it seems like it's what they want to do to all these. In a perfect world, I could go to a store and I could go and look at all the Canadian varieties that are grown, but I could also see, wheat, cannabis and hash from California. I could buy hash from Afghanistan or Lebanon or India or Nepal. I always got to show my traditional hashes when I talk about traditional hash. So there's a kilo of Afghan right there, a little bent up because it's so soft. I can just sort of this is just like the most beautiful, beautiful, like traditional hash. Skunk Van Sam wouldn't be interested in it. And the Becca Valley, the old school bags. There's a kilo in that one as well. And I would just I would love for everyone to be able to go down to the store and be like, oh, I got some Nepali finger hash today. It just came in from Kathmandu. Like, how fucking cool is that? Oh, really? Well, I've got some Lebanese Bekaa Valley blonde here. Let me just shave you a little piece off and I'll take a little. It's the spice, right? It's been traded worldwide for so long that, and once again, for the Dutch experiment, I think it's great that the Dutch are working on doing things, and it's cool idea for the Dutch to grow all of their cannabis in-house for the market. For hash, Holland, Amsterdam in particular, has always been about, like, I mean, go to the Bluebird Cafe and see the 15 to 20 different kinds of hash on the menu, and those hashes are from all over the world. And you can call your hash Afghan style or Lebanese style, but if you didn't grow it in that terroir, it's not. That's just a fact. So the terroir becomes the thing. What we're doing is we are allowing the resin to express the variables of the terroir, and that is the value. It's like, oh, what's the terroir like? Well, here, let me show you. This is what the terroir is like. This was a particularly dry summer. We had to water a little extra, just all of these different things. And to me, that becomes the value of the product, not just the product itself. Of course, here in Canada, we did the same thing, and I'm sure the Dutch probably copied us on it. We very much locked out importation. We can export, but nobody imports into Canada. And that was because, companies spent hundreds of millions of dollars to build up a facility because they're complete chads and totally clueless. But on the flip side of that, you've got the ability to not have to spend that much money, build something in Colombia and ship metric tons into Canada, while all the other people that spent hundreds of millions have egg on their face and their business is being collapsed. So that's how Canada set it up. They set it up to protect investors so that when we built and we're growing here in Canada, that you wouldn't all of a sudden be like, oh, actually, Jamaica is now sending bubble hash. It's 33 cents a gram. And you, my friend, are out of business. So I don't pretend to understand world economics so perfectly, but I do wish that we could all enjoy the terroirs of well-known hash producing countries. And then even more importantly, discover new terroirs of hash producing countries that were never allowed to be hash producing countries because they were fucking Singapore and they would hang you if you even got caught with some in your bloodstream, let alone in your pocket or a field of it growing on the backside of the mountain. So we don't know how many places in the world can produce even better cannabis than the cannabis that we're seeing now, because the culture might not have been birthed there. Like, it wasn't the center of the cannabis universe like California was. That's not to say there are some spectacular terroirs around the world that could grow some unbelievable profiles for us to experience. I'm blabbing on.
I agree with you, Marcus. As long as it's tested and safe, then everything everywhere should be allowed to be sold everywhere.
Sure, that would be a nice thing. Well, I guess, it starts with allowing it to be accessible. And really, this whole episode about static sift, it's really about the accessibility of static sift. I can tell you 10 years ago, this panel would have been like 2 people. 20 years ago, it would have been 1 person, just Sam sitting by himself. Hey, how's it going, everybody? But now we've got all these other minds playing and tinkering and working in different cultivars. And the more that we get that, the further we'll travel down this pathway of purity and isolation and extraction. So I'm here for it. I just had a nice little rip of some, what did I hit? Rainbow marker. Very nice. Pheno number 7 on the rainbow marker. Absolutely spectacular. I had I'd love to hear more from Alex on the sort of the science and the figuring out of and even really, okay, I'm not even sure where you are, Alex, in the world, but one of the things that has really made life difficult, and Sam can speak to this because he wanted to get a machine done years ago, and he had a machine in mind that he thought would work, but was it in Poland, or
It was
or
in
the
Eastern
Czech?
Europe.
It was in
and,
Eastern Europe, right?
I went there. I offered to have them send me one, and I'd give them a $50,000 deposit because it wasn't a cheap machine. It's more like the lines you guys were talking about, working with the mining industry and stuff. But it could do
Yeah.
huge volumes, huge volumes. And I knew it was going to work, but once they found out I was working with cannabis, even though I was legally licensed by the Dutch Health Ministry, uh, they wouldn't have anything to do with me.
Yeah, so that stunts the growth of these think tanks getting together and being able to like, let's create equipment. Well, where's all the equipment created? Well, not in cannabis-friendly countries, I can tell you that. Almost exclusively, they are not available in cannabis. Now, Germany, okay, Germany has kind of flipped the script a little bit. It's still slow to go, but at least they're not like maybe pulling people over on the side of the road and taking their blood. I don't know. Maybe they're still doing that, but that's fucking crazy. Holy Christ. There's some madness out there in this world. But no, I'd love to hear from you, Alex, and just in regards to like where you are, is it difficult to find cannabis to work with? Because you can work on these concepts all day long, but if you don't have cannabis to work with,
I really
He's your
appreciate,
neighbor.
Marcus, that you brought together all people from around the world. I'm here close to you in Eastern Canada, in Halifax, working with a
okay,
couple
yeah,
of cannabis companies.
that's only like a 98-hour drive. I could be
Yeah,
there
it's
I could be there in 98 hours.
welcome to Halifax. I like it. So, and it's a couple of cannabis companies around, and the problem for us researchers that we could not work in university on with cannabis because that requires special licensing and all of this stupid stuff. So I'm working with industry directly, and I'm glad that I kind of found Charles, who is also interested in the same type of problems. So I guess we are doing great things together.
Yeah, I forgot that you
Absolutely.
were in Canada and that you had access to Canadian LPs. It is, listen, our system here is completely facockled in the worst of ways. Yet,
I
I will
agree.
also say, as facockled as it is, we have incredible access to cannabis. You know, you can literally like go to the store and just buy like some of the top hash and live hash rosin that you could really find anywhere on the planet. It's just available to random people to walk into stores. You can grow your own plants. You can, the whole legalization of cannabis to me, how it really sort of hit prohibition hard was that how cops always busted us was with their nose. And once cannabis became legal recreationally and medicinally, it pulled that ability. They were no longer able to be like, hey, I smell cannabis. Like, pull over there. I'm ripping through your car. It was like, yeah, I have a legal cannabis license. I'm allowed to have cannabis. There's my cannabis in the back seat. That's what you can smell. So having the ability to be taken away from the police to search and seize personally, that was the first big one that I felt when I got my cannabis license back in, geez, I don't know, 2014 or something. I think Johnny B walked me down to the his pain specialist doctor and was like, dude, if you got pain, like just let's get you a license. Like you can grow 98 plants. So we're very lucky in Canada. Not so lucky. I have manufacturing partners who have worked at it. They're Chinese. They've worked out of China their whole life. They're also my partners at ATS, which was formerly known as Embark, which is an LP here in Canada. Really great guys, really smart guys, and they've been doing manufacturing for a very long time. So, like anything that exists already, they can make it even beefier and better, but they can also, more importantly, just from our ideas and concepts from paper to CAD, just develop equipment that we can be testing, in a short period later. But the problem is cannabis is so fucking illegal in China. So illegal in China. So illegal, in fact, that the Chinese government made an announcement in Canada that they requested that their Canadian citizens, the Chinese Canadian citizens, did not indulge in the cannabis market in any way, shape, or form. That was from the government of China sending a message to Chinese Canadians in Canada, you better not be fucking smoking weed while you're there.
It's
That's how
okay.
much.
They
You know
just
what?
go to
This is good.
Oklahoma and work on the slave farms.
This is good just because it will protect us from copying of machinery.
Did they send a
Well,
message on TikTok?
my partners are less interested in copying. They're more like they make incredible quality equipment. So if you ever want that equipment made in the most insane beefcake way, they have like lasers that do all they're robotic lasers that do all of their welding. So like the welding, it's just beyond what a human being can do. It's absolutely bonkers. But yes. It is good because if they did have cannabis in China, I suspect, well, everything pretty much comes from there now as it is. I'm sure all of our computers and most of our clothes and who knows what else, but quite a few things. I want to give a shout out to Wade and Jen Doe and Dr. Mark Chaldone. They've all three have come into the room since we've been blabbering on for an hour and a half. So I wanted to make sure that we said hello to them. How you doing, Mark?
Oh, doing well, doing well. Still, really enjoyed the conversation with Roger last week. That was so cool. And it inspired me to dust off the Puffco and get it out, you know.
Dude, I went and found that old
I
pen.
saw that, yeah. So
Dude, why
what was
is the internet so full of like just nasty people? I
oh,
find it.
yeah,
I just put. Listen, I haven't touched this pen. It
yeah,
might be even 5 years, but at
yeah.
least 2 or 3. So I pull it out of this glass hand blown cup that I've got in my cupboard, and I pull it out, and I'm like, "There's no way that it's gonna work." I don't even turn it on. I've left it on, and I go. I push the cloud button, and it lights up, and I'm like,
Yeah.
what the fuck? So I post this, and then people are like, what's the big deal? Like, I have stuff that I haven't used in years, and I just charge it up and it works. And I'm like, okay, yes, maybe you missed the part where I did not charge it up. It's been sitting for like, dude, honestly, I don't know if I've ever charged this unit in the 10 years that I've owned it. I don't ever remember
It
charging.
still
I
has the
remember,
original charge from Roger
dude,
when
I
he gave
don't
it to you.
know. I'm not trying to make shit up, but I'm telling you, like this thing sat in my truck for years, and I
Yeah,
absolutely did not have a truck charger for it, and it just worked. I had every other unit. I would have been given trippy sticks and those trippy sticks. I went through hundreds of them. I'd fully charge them, leave it on, and like 3 days later, it would be completely dead. So and everyone's just like, what's the big deal? Like, I have electronics that I don't use for years, and then I just charge them up and they work. I'm like, right, but you're missing the part where I did not fucking charge this thing up. So anyway, I was
yeah.
blown away that it still works. I'm now timing it from today till the next time I haven't turned it off. So when it's on, if anyone understands how batteries work,
Yeah.
the battery can release its
Drain.
power,
Yeah.
right? It's still on. The fact that it doesn't have an auto shut off really shows how old it is
How
too.
old it is, yeah. But those things were ahead of their time. And it was great to give him an episode to tell his story because it's great. It's a great story out there, right? And
Well, it's a great success story, and the bottom line is I like to give exposure. Not that Jolly Roger and Puffco needs it as well, but to
no,
our community here on the Hash Church, I like people to know like it's good for us to acknowledge the people who have put in the work and who are
absolutely.
doing. Like people can hate on Puffco all they want, and they can go and make their little comments, but I don't think people really understand how much true energy we put into developing and building these, whether it's Etienne with the Berkeley's patient group, whether it's Skunkman Sam with his licensing and his, production of CBD cultivars for GW and all the work that he's done, myself with bubble bags, like Wade with Harlequin, all of these different people, they're putting like their hearts and souls into it. So when you just see someone coming out of left field on Reddit and going, oh yeah, those guys are fucking this and fucking that, and let's just fucking, I'm destroying this company today. It doesn't take a lot of energy to go on the internet and try to destroy someone, but I'm telling you, whether you believe it or not, there is a karmic debt associated with you trying to destroy good people and the hard work that they're putting in. My suggestion would be flip that shit around, try to be more empathetic. Sometimes we don't, I've always said it to my wife, I can be nice to 10,000 people. And one person that hits me on the wrong day and I'm a bit of a dick and I was in the wrong and I shouldn't have said it the way I said it, that's the guy that's going to spend the next 7 years on Reddit trying to destroy my company. Absolutely, 100%. So the other moral of the story is when you are in the wrong and you've done something that isn't, ideal from a human or customer service perspective, apologize. That's easy. Make it
Yeah.
right.
It was just pent up anger. I don't know, maybe people are jealous on what they've done, but holy shit, it's been what, 10 years now since they came out with that. And Marcus, I got to just thank you again. This church, the Hash Church, has been so great for just bringing us back together. I mean, I had completely, Roger and I had not talked in years, and since we've exchanged texts and we're going to try to hook up, and it's just, yeah, it's so cool because the people obviously behind the products, not necessarily the products, is what makes it cool. But Marcus, so I wanted to go back to something that you had said earlier, and I just want to make sure that I understand this. So you had said the word cellulose, and I remember early on in a Hash Church episode when we had this discussion, and I think Sam agreed with me that we went to the pioneering work of Paul Malberg, right? And so he was like what, right? Sam, like one of two federal lab. There was the lab in Mississippi where El Soli was, but then Malberg also had a license. And within about 10 years, he published about 20 papers on the accumulation of cannabinoids in the trichome and did the most extensive studying on what the makeup of the trichome was, where the enzymatic machinery was that was actually making these cannabinoids, how the cannabinoid and terpene biosynthetic pathways intersected. And his work is all available on the internet. So it's just a wonderful body of work, like Meshulam, to just read and to understand the guy and how he thought of things.
Can I
But if you
task you
remember,
with posting that in Hash Church, some of those studies, some of his work?
yeah, there's actually there's Marcus, there's actually a website. I think he was at the University of Indiana, and I believe the university itself has an archive of accessible papers, PDFs, and links to his stuff. So I'll see if I can dig that up. I have that somewhere. But
Thank
I
you.
I want to go back just to the point of cellulose. So what Malberg found was that the trichome is basically just a protuberance from the waxy cuticle of the plant itself. And that waxy cuticle is not made of cellulose. It's made of fats, waxes, and lipids. And so when the trichome develops biosynthetically on the plant, you're actually developing basically an envelope of fat, right? Because all these molecules are fat soluble. You were talking about water soluble before in terms of losing terpenes that you would lose in a water extraction versus a dry sift. And I'll talk about that in just a second.
At least volatile organic compounds, maybe not
Yeah,
terpenes, volatile
well,
organic
and
compounds, because
most
something
ter
smells in the water.
right, most terpenes have very, very limited water solubility, but they are slightly soluble to the tune of about, 1 to about 2 milligrams in a liter. So you can imagine a 2 liter bottle of Pepsi, or just imagine that. So there'd be 2 milligrams of stuff in that 2 liter. That's not a lot of stuff, but certainly enough to flavor and fragrance the water. Now, other terpenes like camphor have a much higher degree of water solubility, but most of the terpenes that are in cannabis aren't very water soluble, but you will basically saturate to the point where the water turns cloudy, and what you're looking at in that cloudy water is actually what a chemist would call an emulsion, right? Because you're starting to emulsify the oil layer within the water itself. And certainly water, depending on where you live, certainly has a capacity to basically dissolve some of that stuff or emulsify it, if you will. But so remember, I think you were talking about pushing heads through the screens, and I'm pretty sure that any cellulosic material, well, first of all, cellulose is just a broad term for just high molecular weight polymer of glucose, right? And so like the fibers of the plant and the bast fiber itself is mostly just cellulose. But in and around the trichome, it's mostly fats, waxes, and lipids. You could actually feel like a very granular kind of fat that cannabis plants make if you just do just a lot of just solvent extractions, and you'll see, like, especially if you use ethanol or any kind of alcohol, you'll start to see this stuff kind of crash out. When you winterize an ethanol extraction, it all crashes out and everything, but it really depends on the chemical makeups of everything else that's in there. But the last thing I just wanted to say is that, it's funny because again, what you're distinguishing when you get the heads. So when you're talking about the television screen and just the developing of a static charge, most of the time, so the reason why a static charge develops in the first place is because you have two heterogeneous materials that are next to each other. And often in the homogeneous material, the positive charges and the minus charges are equally balanced. But when you put two different materials together, that's when you create this imbalance, and that's where you get that static charge. So I was thinking, God, what would be actually the physical phenomena of why heads would be attracted? And so it's pretty easy to think about because, like with the television screen, it's basically positively charged. So it attracts negatively charged dust particles, and that's why you get the static discharge every once in a while. So what in the trichome is negatively charged? Well, if you look at the fats and waxes that are making up the head itself, those all have basically a charged group, right? They're basically, it's not quite a liposome, Mark. It's more like a micelle. So what happens is you get the alignment of all the positive charges that are around the head. And then what happens is the hydrophobic tails stick into the middle, and that's what creates the solubilizing medium for things like cannabinoids and terpenes and whatnot. So it just dawned on me, oh man, the heads are negatively charged, right? Because you got to know whether it's positive or negative, right? Because it sounds like, Sam, from your experiment, you reversed the polarity, right? And you found that negative repels negative, and this shit went all over the room, right? But I wonder how uniform that is because I don't know. I mean, the head itself is balanced in terms of its charge. So for every positive charge, there's a minus charge. But maybe there's kind of like an overall minus charge in and around the head itself, which makes the reason why it attracts. So again, just from a chemical point of view, I was just trying to think of what chemically might really make that feature prominent. And I'll stop there.
Mark, very interesting very interesting thing because we do have charging on the double layer. So basically, these heads are natural electret, and this is kind of very important thing which will allow us to separate heads from tails or from everything else.
So is there a functional group, Alex, that I'm kind of ignoring in terms of like the self-assembly of the outer surface of the trichome head, that there
I
could be like
guess
a carbohydrate that's on that head that's negatively charged, or what's the chemical species that's negatively charged? And I looked at a bunch of Malberg papers while we were on the episode earlier, and I didn't see him address it at all. So I don't know if that is fully understood yet.
see the chemistry of this is really complicated, and I guess we are just at the beginning of discoveries in this area. But the point is, what the fact is, that they have pretty much a distinguished electrical charge, and I measured this charge. It's coulombs, so it's sorry, nanocoulombs per say per square millimeter. So it's significant charge which could not be simply discharged. We could definitely change this charge by manipulation with electric field. However, it's much better just to separate this hash in natural state without preliminary, let's say, electrical interactions.
But if you did attract them, like you say, can you reverse the polarity of the electrical field and now disattract them, or you make them fall off? It may the physics would say that you can, right?
I don't know.
We tried it. Christoph, this is like for you right there. That's like your realm right there, man. You want to talk about that one? Is Chris still on?
Microphone. Mhm.
He's
I have to
muted.
put
Oh,
my
there he
mic
is.
on. Yes, I did.
There he is.
So we did some research on that, and it's like the electrical field does polarization with the different types of materials, and we are, to be honest, we're also starting to get into it because we had this more on a project size we had before, and we think it's also the polarity binder that you have in THC. You have a polarity binding in there that has a direction in the electrical field that it tries to go through, or that it attracts one side of the plate, especially because you also have a higher water content in the heads than in these stems. Water is easier to polarize. I guess Alex will know much more than I do because he worked in a longer time in this field. I'm only here for like 15 years in my own company. And we're working on that and trying to look at the capacity of the material, to measure that, the comparison between heads and stems. Also to do we're working on some research, especially with Renee right now, to improve like the separation way and the separation results that you have in the machine, also to improve the process. Yeah, but it's a little bit longer way to go still.
So
But
Chris, if you're saying that the attraction is actually due to the THC or the cannabinoids themselves, do you see a more profound effect the higher the potency is in the head?
I think so, yes, of course, because you have much more THC molecules inside there, and the more THC molecules you have in there. But I'm not a chemist, sorry. Um,
Well, I am.
yeah, that helps.
I'm a
That
chemist.
helps.
Do you have a chemistry question?
Perfect. Now,
Here's the
because
question.
yeah,
Sorry,
sorry.
Chris, go ahead. I was just gonna
No.
say, like, I mean, if we should ask these questions to like Logan and Ezra as and Renee, as far as like the propensity of separation of larger molecules versus smaller, like 45 micron heads, I guess that could really just give you a ballpark whether the concentration of cannabinoids indeed is the primary catalyst of a stronger separation. So like Renee, Logan, Ezra, what do you guys think? What does your visual work tell you about the separation? Anyone? I see Renee, you're really
Bueller?
thinking about it.
Can you rephrase the question more specifically? Are you asking about like separating things under 45 micron or like above 175
Okay,
or?
so the bigger the head, so like if you have like a 190, the argument is that it'll contain a larger amount of THC or cannabinoids in general. Smaller
Yeah.
heads would contain a smaller amount of THC and cannabinoids in general. And so, in your experience, is it easier to separate the larger heads, which should contain more cannabinoids, than the smaller ones?
Um, no, I think in my experience, it all comes down to the level of contamination in the sift you're working with. I think if you have the right concentration of heads and you're using the right technique, like we can usually collect them. Generally, it's harder for us to clean up the larger micron material just because the amount of contaminants there are larger and like more difficult to sift out sometimes. Because we utilize size separation, and so we'll take our what we call bulk keef and we'll split it into a bunch of like 3 or 4 micron sizes with screens, we find that the further down you go, the more uniform the particles are, and the more decapitation you have, and just the less larger contaminants make the smaller sizes easier to clean. But we do find consistently that the larger the trichome, the higher the THC percentage. So that part definitely correlates. But generally, no, we don't really see a difference based on the charge.
Well, I want to say that when I tried to do my same static techniques with CBD, it was much harder to get good separation than it was with high THC varieties than CBD varieties. I mean, the CBD varieties were difficult, much more than the high THC varieties.
Yeah, I've only
Regardless
messed
of the
around
size.
one time with hemp. I tried to make some CBD hash because a chef wanted to put it on his sushi rolls in his restaurant around here, and I messed around with it, but I couldn't get it to work. And from Charles, my understanding has been that really THC, THCV, CBG can all charge, but CBD struggles to charge.
Yeah, Logan did some testing for from the guys in France. Remember those guys, Logan?
Yep. Yep. Ran that
Yeah, you
material.
gotta
I mean, we definitely cleaned it up a little bit, but it wasn't anything significant. The heads also look crazy different under the microscope. They're more opaque and like
Was that Gwen?
Yeah, yes. Yes, that was Gwen's stuff.
I got my finger on the pulse.
Good, 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 good. So what do you think, Renee? What's your experience with like larger and smaller heads?
I don't think that the larger heads are separating on the static better or worse. I sift most of the time all of the stuff together. I don't fraction it at the static because I don't see really a big difference. Maybe the bigger heads have more problems to get the force that they're too big to get the force. Maybe you need more electrostatic field to separate them better. But I don't have the feeling that there's really much going on because of the size. No.
I don't
I
myself
typically
notice a difference either. Go ahead, Logan.
I typically remove everything that's below either 65 or 75 micron because it allows me to remove more of the stock content. Once I've removed the stock content, however, it is a little bit more difficult, I've found, to remove those smaller heads from the bulk majority of the stock. But that's just my personal experience with it.
So I have if
Are you chopping out a bit? Does anyone else hear her coming through a little choppy?
hear me?
Yeah.
She's
There's
very
like a
choppy.
click. There's a click every time you talk. I don't know what it is. Maybe we just have to make sure the rest of us are muted. Sometimes that causes
The headphones.
yeah. Yeah, but we can all mute ourselves. Well, let's try that.
It's your headphones microphone. Try pulling out your earbuds.
Live troubleshooting with Etienne Fontaine on Hash Church 5.0.
I do this all the time with the VAC with
Hell yeah,
internet.
you do.
Okay.
No,
so
your headphone jack. Your headphone jack. Sorry, Jen. I think we can hear you better now.
you hear me now?
Yes.
Yay!
Awesome.
Yes.
Welcome, Jen.
Hi, thanks guys. So I actually have a lot I kind of want to like chime in on, but as far as this goes, I want to take it back to what Mark was saying as far as like that head, right? And what it's actually constructed with. And then I want to consider that maybe it's not THC or any type of like specific cannabinoid that is inside the head, but more so the volume of liquid that is contained in that head, and also the ratio between the actual head versus the liquid inside. So when we get down to these lower microns, like the 45s, we're going to have a different concentration of actual just liquid in that head. And therefore the balance of it, that head is too thick, and it's acting as an insulator for that liquid. And just the sheer volume of liquid. So like CBD, my theory on that is that yes, it has all of its components inside the head, but it's the actual liquid. Because when we think about like static electricity, like where did this come from? Where did this start? Who discovered it? Lightning. Lightning is static electricity. So liquid is able to charge even when it's not in large concentrations. But if you have a very thick insulator, the thicker heads, those are not going to charge that liquid enough to overcome that the opposite charge of the head itself. So that way, like when we're doing the static tech, you're noticing you're not picking up a whole ton of like broken heads, because if it was the actual head that was being attracted or charged in a certain way, then why wouldn't we also pick up broken heads with the full heads? So my theory, after all of the research that I've been doing and also just years of going through all this, but finally like focusing on the details scientifically of the sift, now that I've got this opportunity on this farm, I think it's just the actual volume versus the ratio of the volume of liquid contained in the head and also the thickness of the head on whether it's going to allow that charge to be able to come through. Make sense?
I like it. It's interesting. I will say this, that like my 25 micron hash, bubble hash in particular, like when I make a 25 micron head, it's like 70+% THC. Like it is a definitely like high cannabinoid. Because
THCA or THC?
THCA. Sorry, Mark. Thank you for fixing that. The narrative from a very early day was that 25 micron heads were immature and not fully formed. Whereas I think that is not so much the case these days, where people realize the potency of a head that small. In particular, if you go to places like Australia, the Australians very early on, even when the bags only had 3 or 4 bags, I was always like, oh, the 73. But my Australian friends were like, no, dude, the 25. And I'd be like, what? The 25? What are you talking about? And I remember the first time the Mullen Madman from Mullumbimby sent me the Mullumbimby Madness bubble hash he made with his bubble bags. It was all 25 micron bubble, but it was the first time I'd seen full melt 25 micron bubble. I'd never
So
at the,
here would be my theory on that. So you said that it's a higher percentage in THCA. That's why I don't know that it's the actual percentage of the cannabinoids as much as the liquid those cannabinoids are able to hold. So THCA, when dried, is a white crystalline substance. Therefore, a higher concentration of THCA is going to have a smaller concentration of actual liquid to hold that THCA. I mean, Mark, you're the chemist. Am I?
No, that's right. So the liquid that's in there is not water, right? Because the makeup of the oil is mostly terpene and terpenoid based, right? So it's going to be an oil, right? And so the THCA, which is not crystalline in the trichome, is going to be dissolved in that oil. And we got to remember that THCA has got a carboxylic acid, so it could be charged. And that charge, that might be the minus charge, that as that minus charge builds up, the oil becomes more polarizable, if you will. Does that sound right?
Well, if you told me that you had all of these different, you had volatile organic compounds, you had these crystalline structures in there, I would go with probably the crystal being the thing that's charging.
Well, I've seen heads that are crystalline. I've seen heads under the microscope that have they've almost crystallized, and I've tapped them on the microscope with a tool and completely shattered them, turned them into powder.
Yeah, so maybe somehow the envelope, the waxy envelope that's supposed to hold the liquid has kind of like dried out, so it's crystallized. I mean, I don't know if you've seen this too with CBGA varieties. So the CBGA variety, the white, is notorious for losing its potency in between the field and drying because the trikes are so brittle and you lose a lot of potency with CBGA. So yeah, I'm absolutely certain that somehow the cannabinoid inside the juice is affecting all this. Yeah.
Mark, so consider this. The needle-like trichomes, the sessile trichomes, in support of what Jen is saying, they don't separate. They typically contain about a third of the amount, not the purity, but the amount of cannabinoids in a round glandular trichome. So they don't separate. They contain cannabinoids. They should have a very similar cell structure to round trichomes, but they don't separate. They actually get rejected. So I think the relationship of the actual cannabinoids to charge versus whatever water content, which is also a fair hypothesis, but also the actual structure, the cellulose or the fats in the actual
Yeah.
trichome, how all of those things really play a role because it stocks as well, right? Stocks will be a
Yeah.
greater proportion of fats, the smaller proportion of cannabinoids, even though they also contain cannabinoids, and maybe they contain a lot less terpenes. So I think that there's a more complex interaction. Like we have a hypothesis, of
Yeah.
course, of what's actually going on, but we haven't been able to flat out prove one way or another because there's inconsistencies in all of our theories, but
Yeah,
they
so
all definitely.
Charles, check this out. So look at the link I just put into the chat here.
Mhm.
And Marcus, if you could post that link from the Zoom chat into the YouTube chat, that'd be awesome. And go to reference number 34, Kim and Malberg from 2003. Man, it is just fascinating what they did. So the title of this paper is called Secretory Vessel Formation in the Secretory Cavity of Glandular Trichomes in Cannabis. I mean, if that's not the title that basically describes exactly what you're describing, like where are the cannabinoids located, where are the enzymes? They did, I don't think it's this particular paper, but I think his student, this guy Carl Hillig. Sam, you know Carl, right? Carl Hillig?
Yes, I funded his research.
Okay. You probably patented it too, right?
I can't even tell if Sam's being like joking or he's probably
No,
just
no,
totally
I
true.
did. I gave a grant to Carl Hillig for his research.
Yeah,
Of
so I
course you
seem to
did.
remember a paper that he had published, and I'm not seeing it in this list of the Malberg library, where he actually did staining studies to actually identify like where the synthases were, and like so where do the precursors come in that actually make the cannabinoids? Because we know that there's a well, the allotolvic acid biosynthetic pathway is at the front end of the cannabinoid biosynthesis pathway, and it basically it uses the same types of uh, biological precursors as do the terpenes. So yeah, cannabinoids are just uh, phenyl terpenoids, right?
Malberg and Kim also were taking many, many, many really small micro pipettes and sucking out of living uh, terpene cannabinoid heads. Their work was fucking amazing.
And it's so like I know Meshulam often gets cited and now Roger Adams, but this work, particularly for hash makers, Marcus, I believe like if there's the science to hash making course, like if there's ever like a course, I believe that like most of these papers are going to be the seminal papers that guide, okay, what is a trichome? How are trichomes made? What's in the trichome? I mean, all this work that Paul Marburg did was absolutely very foundational and extremely important. And I'm glad that you funded it, Sam.
Well, I love moving cannabis science forward, and Carl couldn't do the work without funding, so I gave it to him. And it's funny because besides Malberg having a license, and besides Dr. Osole having a license, there was also Weeblin at the Maryland Weed Institute. But
Uh-huh.
it wasn't weed meaning pot, but weeds meaning like agricultural weeds. And so there was a third license out there.
So can I
Well,
add something about
go
the
ahead.
terp?
Yes, please, Jen.
Okay, so to play back into what we were just talking about, right? So the liquid in there, I'm not talking just water, right? The terpenes actually, I think, play a larger role than we actually realize, and not just because of, you know, the contents of them, but like I wish Horatio was still around. Like, rest in peace, Horatio. But when we think back to Horatio talking about the limonene extraction and how he's able to use a lot of these, so a lot of the terpenes that we're using are very solvent. And so in the plant, as those mature, I feel like those are actually starting to break down that trichome head from the inside, right? So it's starting to almost dissolve some of it or whatnot. So the liquid in there is not just the water, and it could have everything to do with, like, as far as maturity goes, the level to which those terpenes were able to start processing, let's say, like basically eating itself from the inside out, right? And so that is now going to affect the thickness of your head and whatnot as well. So yeah, like I think there's a lot going on inside there, but when I say liquid, I'm not talking just water. And like with THCA, I'm thinking things that can actually convert to a solid material, whereas like terpene fractions, we're not able to necessarily solidify those in a certain process the same way we are with THCA, CBD, CBG, CBN. You know, I've yet to see a powderized terpene, which tells me that even though it's not just water, like, so that's kind of where my thoughts are as far as what is working inside the head and how is that being affected, right? Does that make sense?
Yeah, I do know that when you dried cannabis and cured it, it was Static Tech worked way better than with fresh, still gooey resin, which was really, really hard for me to work with. You can freeze it and do other things, but with Static Tech and dry sifting, curing, and that probably lowered the monoterpene levels. And yeah, like you say, Horatio's work with Lamlene, he was using it as a solvent, the way that people were using BHO.
Yep. Yeah, so we have to think of like why it does that inside the, like what it is actually doing to the container that is in, because it is a solvent, and if you can dissolve in a higher concentration, you can break down that trichome head. Then in these smaller, very nature precise, you know, it's basically going to a certain point before it dissolves completely. So with the dried cured heads, we're getting that outside shell that is now protecting it. But like if we think of like a peanut butter M&M, right? You got the peanut butter, then you got the chocolate, and then you got the hard shell, right? So like within that, there's like softness levels until you get to that hard shell. So I feel like that's kind of what happens when we're working with the dried, is that it is able to callus in a way that it's no longer the percentage, and the percentage of those solvents in there is not able to break through that outer barrier, because nature designed it in a certain way to where they're not just going to dissolve and then melt, right? But where we are now collecting that in such a high volume, we are able to dissolve that as a solvent. So it's going to come
right. I mean,
ratio
those
of everything's and the weights and the volume of this versus that versus the solids versus the liquids, you know?
So those membranes are no match for some solvents. You're absolutely right, Jen. And it's so interesting you bring up Horatio, you know, just to get historical for a second. Horatio is the reason why I'm here, right? Right.
Well,
Right,
I
Bubble
got
Man?
you on a
Horatio.
long time ago too, Mark.
Horatio was the guy who basically, or who said, you got to come in here and set Tony straight on terpenes. I I was out mowing my grass one day.
He would hit me up and be like, I got this friend, Dr. Mark. I think he'd be great for Hash Church. I'm trying to get him on. I'm like, dude, for sure, man, bring him on. So yeah,
Well,
I remember that.
Mark, do you remember the first time we talked? That was when, what was it, 11 years ago, when I was talking about the crystallization of my water hash, which
That's
now we
right.
do that today, and we would name that patella, right? So me going through this whole battle to try and set straight the fact that, like, no, my hash did not oxidize. I feel like there's a different chemical process that's going into this, because it did not degrade, it did not oxidize. It actually is better. It is transformed. So we were originally calling it the crystallization of hash, which is originally why you, Mark, brought me on to Hash Church, was because of that.
Yeah, it was called, we called it buttering out. And I will say that back in the day,
if whiting out in a bad way, buttering out was a little different.
Well, exactly. Whiting out, whitey. So what I have put together since Piatella exists now, and we had Iced Gourmet on last week on the Puffco episode talking about Piatella. To me, it was simple. The original water hash was never dried properly, and people left moisture in the hash. And then that hash moisture would have to get out of the hash. And as it traveled out of the hash, it would foam the hash up, and it would look exactly like Piatella. Well, what do you think's happening when you're wrapping your full melt bubble hash in cellophane or Piatella wraps, whatever you're using? Now the terpenes are volatilizing and they're trying to get out. So to me, all Piatella is terpenes trying to get out of the hash. They all end up on the outside of the cellophane. And so when everyone opens it in Spain, they're like, oh, look at that. And I'm just crying. I'm like, yeah, you did an amazing terpene extraction on your hash, and half of your terps are now laying on your cellophane. That's amazing. I was just like, what the fuck are you guys doing? But if you talk to him, the guy who created it, what people love about Piatella and why it was popular so well is because of how easy it mixes with tobacco to roll spliffs. And that's how Piatella really took off in Spain. At least that's what Ice Gourmet was saying.
I wanted to mention too that when I tried to dry certain haze dry sift, you couldn't. It just would remain greasy forever. I'm not sure what terpene that was. Maybe it was terpene or
terpinolene.
Yeah, maybe that was the one, but it was just greasy, and no matter how long you tried to dry and cure the bud or the resin, it just wouldn't do it.
I'm having some fun here, guys. As we're talking, I'm punching this into a GTP called Resin Master, and I'm going to start putting it in chat because it's actually quite interesting in what we're talking about. And it's talking about moisture levels, it's talking about humidity levels, and it's talking about all these different things that you guys are talking about. It's pretty cool. So, this is an awesome topic, by the way. So as I'm just punching it in here, it's talking about below 55% relative humidity. Static can increase, terpenes can evaporate faster due to friction and heat. Also, brittle trichomes can rupture more easily, expressing the terpenes inside to the air. So it's during storage and escaping how to preserve these terpenes by managing the moisture. And that comes down to storing resin. It says here, store at 4 to 10 degrees Celsius. And wrap in sheets to prevent from sticking, oxidization, and parchment for PTFE for live resin and rosin. Store near freezing temperatures in glass jars, tightly sealed lids to avoid the containers frequently exposing to air and speed the terpene loss. It's kind of fun.
I could tell you a funny story. When I used to make dry sift with skunk and different other varieties, I would get it really, really, really bone dry, and I was doing this in a frozen room which had super, super low humidity. I mean, maybe zero, or well, probably not zero, but really low. And I would put it in a film can to use it. And if I would take it out and open the film can in a hot and humid environment, then it would absorb water from the humidity in the air, and it just sucked it up like a sponge, and then we used to call it the hash would lose its adhesiveness when you pressed it, and it was what we called turning whitey.
I saw your hash do that in Jamaica. I saw it like expand and absorb moisture out of the Jamaican air like almost instantly.
Absolutely true.
Hey, Johnny B, should we be teaching AI how to make dry sift? I don't know if that's a good thing for the world. Pretty soon they're going to be making better hash than us.
Well, they're gonna be able to show us other ways. It's how we complement, right? AI is just is like a co-pilot in life. So as you use AI, like as we're talking, and things have create clones, that have created all different things to actually help express what we're doing to take it that much further, because it actually will help us with the knowledge that's already there. And it's yeah, I'm having fun. I'm learning as we're learning. I'm learning more as I'm putting it into. I created a GTP for what I talked about called Resin Master directly on sift on bubble hash and looking at it. So there's definitely yeah, it's just
Well,
another
I'll tell you, after 10 years, Johnny B, it's helped me make the best like thumbnails for Hash Church that I've ever been able to make. And it does it in all of like 3 seconds. I'm like, Hash Church, maybe throw some plants in a pew, have a nice stained glass window. Bam. It's like I did that one in 3 seconds on Grok 2. It's pretty cool in the sense of being a tool that just helps me speed certain things up that I personally wasn't as good. I've never been good at Photoshop and layering and all of that sort of stuff. So I appreciate the ability. Go ahead.
That church needs more lumens, Doug.
It's a dark church. It's a dark church.
Marcus, everyone, on that note, I have to bounce. We have MJ BizCon coming up. I appreciate the time to be on the show, all of my friends and everybody else on the podcast. I really appreciate you guys stopping by, giving us your opinion. Maybe we can do this again sometime. If anybody's going to be in Vegas, stop by. We have a demo out there as well if you guys want to see tech. But in general, I really appreciate the opportunity to be here. I think we had some really cool conversations about the science, which is just wild. There's so much to learn and so much that's coming. Man, I'm super excited. I'm really looking forward to all of the cool stuff we're going to come up with and all of the wild things other people are going to come up with too. I think it's going to be for the better of the industry. And again, I appreciate the opportunity to come on.
Where are you located?
I'm in Miami, Florida. I'm right near the
Miami.
beach.
Yeah.
Yep.
What's your booth number, Charles?
I think it's 4238 or 238. I think so.
Well,
I have
I'll
no
put
idea.
your website information and your contact info in the description of the
Awesome.
video, so that'll be
Thank
on
you.
there afterwards. And when you say
Yeah.
there's more to come, you're not wrong. We're still going to be talking about this 2 hours from now. So thanks for coming in, dude. We appreciate you. And anyone that came in with you is of course welcome to stay for as long as they like. We're going to be just continuing on the conversation of all things resin.
Appreciate it, guys. Everybody have a wonderful weekend.
Thanks, Charles.
Cheers. Bye-bye.
I have a question for everybody. Does static tech work as good with frozen resin head, like fresh frozen resin heads? I've never tried it.
Fresh frozen? No, it works only with dry.
It works with fresh as well.
Yeah, you can do fresh. So one thing that I've actually been working with a couple people with lately is, so with the resonator, for example, you can run for fresh frozen heads and then you're going to freeze dry those after, right? So once those are freeze dried, they're more stable. So one thing that I've been kind of working on is cleaning up like some of the larger microns on water hash that has been freeze dried and doing basically like a blend. So you wash it first, and then when you pull those bags that aren't as clean, especially now that we're freeze drying, I don't know if anybody's noticed, but a lot of these melt shots that I'm seeing from this freeze dried melt, they're still just riddled with stalks, because once we move to the freeze dryer, people aren't having to pay as close of attention to how much that they get out, because the freeze dryer will keep it that color they're looking for. So if you're not able to clean that out, what I have decided would be the best idea would be to do a mix between wash them, if you're going to freeze dry them, perfect, and then actually run them through the screens to do a further cleaning of that before you put it on the shelf as a melt. Because the melts that I'm seeing, like you can see in all of the pictures, there's so many stalks. Like when I make my full melt water hash, I don't have that in my heads, but that's because I am paying that close attention to get those out as I'm doing it in the bags. Like my bag work is where all my work is. But people are cutting corners and they're not needing to do that because they're not getting the same oxidization factors when they're freeze drying as I would if I was air drying with a bunch of stalks in there. So doing the pre-wash, freeze dry, and then running through all the different microns to clean those stalks out. Yeah, I said it first.
I think those stalks were always there. And I think that when you air dry, they're well hidden under a microscope. And when you freeze dry them, they literally become artifacts. They just become like shadows of their former selves, but you can see them clearly under a microscope now, because I don't think people were doing everything wrong suddenly. I've been macro photographing resin since 2008, and it was only when freeze drying came out that I started seeing stalks, and not only in just random people's hash, in even hash that I was making. So I think those stalks were always there. I think when you air dry, they conglomerate and they mix in a way that they're not seen to the naked eye. But when you freeze dry them, they suddenly become the most, and that's just my theory, because how did they just suddenly show up with freeze dryers? Like, people weren't making their hash differently. I wasn't. I know for a fact I wasn't. I had the exact same SOPs prior to, in fact, my SOPs were better and more aware and more intensely focused on making sure that I'm producing quality. That being said, unfortunately in Canada, nobody fucking cares. They would rather buy floor sweepings with distillate and botanical terpenes, and that's like the #1 product in all of Canada. And it just it hurts my soul that we love this plant so much. We raise our awareness with it. We try to make the purest form with the highest quality, and we try to put those two things together. And then a botanical terpene with distillate and floor sweepings is the #1 product in the country. I'm just like,
Well, they've obviously forgotten that cleanliness is next to stoneliness.
Well, and
amen.
even though like techniques haven't changed, I think it's just a lot easier to see in the air dried. Like for my full melt, the 6-star, I do a lot of bag work on that. So it's not just a simple run it, rinse it, dry it. Like there's a lot of attention and care that I have to put in to make sure that there are no stalks in there. And I know everybody's seen macro pictures of my final product, and I'm only talking about just the absolute 6-star, right? Because obviously there's still stuff showing up in my 5-star, whether it be the thickness of the heads, creating it to not melt, or some of those stalks that wouldn't detach. But for the most part, I think that like literally the freeze dryer just takes out the need to have to remove those as much. And like you're saying, people don't fucking care. Like, do you remember when
I guess
stability hash was a thing? Like, where did that go? Like, I was told my hash needs to be stable and needs to stay looking like sugar in order for it to be that top tier. So if you would pull out 10 years ago a jar of my hash and it melted to water, like everybody's showing on their freeze dried fresh hash, like I would have gotten laughed out of Legends of Hash with that, like it's so what happened to stability? The problem is that even though we all have this standard, it doesn't mean that these new people have any type of standard, because now everybody's creating new standards. Oh, it melts like water. Look how amazing it is. And I'm like, what happened? Like,
you got older.
Right?
It happened to me too. Yeah, of course. Listen, we're only Skunkman Sam has somehow managed to stay connected over multiple decades. But it seems like I feel myself. I mean, I see that happening. I mean, listen, when I started Well, first I showed people the wrong way and the hash was wet. So we had to deal with that for like 3 years. Everyone rubbing up their hash all wet and it whiting out and being like, no, 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 like it's got that funky smell. Like the moisture, we got to get the moisture out. And then, trying to get to that point with air drying and then Fletch discovering freeze drying and sharing that with everyone. And it's just and then patella, and then there'll be more things in the future that are probably like I'll be like, oh, like what, like even like hitting super fresh frozen material. Like if I can hit some of Skunkman Sam's properly cured flower and then sifted to pure heads, the smoothness and potency of that is second to nothing. And when I hit fresh frozen, the monoterpenes are so caustic. They're just like, oh, they grab me by my throat right away. All the young people I know fucking live for that shit. All the older people that I know are kind of like, that's a little bit harsh. So I think there's definitely part of it is that we're just in different generations, and younger people are going to come up with their way to make this theirs that's different from how we've always done it. And cannabis is super subjective. So you just gotta like, your resin is a representation of you and your choices and what you do with it. And that's all we have to stand on. Don't go to Instagram for any reality check when it comes to making hash, because that's just full of like fuck boys galore that are just flexing for all that. Look at I made a gram. Look at this. It's like, okay, boy, we're over here making
Maybe
hundreds of
one of the
kilos.
solutions is, if you can't get the stems out, is to make rosin out of it.
And that's exactly what it is, because you have that additional filtration. So why spend the extra time and steps in the bags like I do when you don't have to? Because now you can just take fucking 25 micron bags, stuff it in there, and that's doing all that work for you.
Yeah, but you're capturing the elusive full melt, and those people who are like, I'll just make rosin, they wouldn't get full melt even if their stocks were taken out. So they need the rosin. The rosin market relies on mediocre hash that doesn't melt. If all the hash was 6-star and melted, there would be no fucking rosin market. It wouldn't exist. There'd be a small percentage of people who are like, no, removing the other 2% is everything. And maybe they're right. Who's to say they're not? But it's the people who have access to the elusive full melt. If you know it's there, well, you're going to get it with any technique that you can come up and discover. On the flip side, the 80%, they know it's not there, and they're going to press it into rosin.
Yeah, the dry sift, if I made it 99.9% resin heads, to me that was the gold standard. But the other thing that I liked really a lot, to be honest, was just take some stuff that's 50-60% resin heads and make rosin out of it, and you end up with a product that's quite similar.
So I have a question for Jen and for Sam here then. Well, how would you then travel with your 6-star, in the sense of what container? Do you store it in a freezer? Do you keep it cold as you travel? How do you best, preserve your process once you're done with it?
Well, for me, so let's go back to that stability standard that I used to be held to, right? I was told it needs to be as stable as possible.
You or everyone?
Well, everyone, but I'm going to speak for myself.
Yes.
Everyone. But because of that, and because of trying to reach that standard, I have some different post-process techniques that I keep to myself. But by doing those, that actually I've been able to create a certain stability in my hash, so it doesn't have to be. Now, I'm not saying keep it out in warm room temp, because it will melt. But as far as having to like keep it absolutely frozen, like these days, if you take out some freeze dried hash right out of the freezer, it's gonna melt, right? So it's my post for the, and I'm talking for like the 6-star specifically, like my specialty hand done, hand dried, air dried, sorry, hand dried, hand separated, air dried. I do a post process on that to be able to, right? I do a post process on that to be able to basically harden those heads a little bit so that I can keep a little bit of that stability. But it doesn't just happen. That is literally like at least a 3-week process, hands-on every day that I do in order to achieve that stability. As of now, if I was to travel with like, I don't know, regular stuff that's on the market now, you would need to find a way to freeze it. You would want it in glass. I would probably surround it in ice, you know, or like ice packs. You have to keep it cold these days. I mean, my air dried, like I said, there's a 3 to 4 week process behind that to allow me to achieve that stability, to be able to transport it so that it still looks the way it started, without being instantly like melts and it's like fucking snowman on a sunny day. So
Hey Jen, by the way, you've been teaching your tech and knowledge on Instagram, and your Instagram got shut down. And I know you just restarted a new Instagram. Can you shout out your IG so everybody knows how to find you on Instagram again?
yes, thank you. Because yes, that was tragic. No, it was not the algorithm. I will not say that again. But Jendo 420.1. So JENNDOE 420.1. I would love to find more of my friends. This has been such a fucking nightmare of just like trying to gather everybody again. You know, it's like having a fire drill and not having any set like spots to be able to go like find your group again. So yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. Come find me. And if it disappears again, because I'm still kind of like on the end of dealing with this little group of people that has made it their mission to try and make me disappear. If it deletes again, then next time it'll be Jendo 420.2. So
I've had a lot of luck. I just checked on Instagram and I actually followed your new account already. I must have seen it from like Hashfight or from Charles. But I've had a lot of luck of I had to like dig in the settings on my Instagram, but I changed my account type to a personal blog. And when I first started posting stuff, like I had 2 followers, but I immediately got censored. And when I changed it to personal blog, I've never been bothered since then.
Because
But
Instagram works on an algorithm. If you understand that there are 2.4 billion people on Instagram, there are not enough people for someone to just report you and then attack you and get rid of your account. There's 2.4 billion Instagram users. So if you and yes, people can make life more difficult, but like you just said, Ezra, if you figure out that sweet spot and you make sure you don't say certain. My friend Thomas, he's also had this nightmare, Jen, and he's 1,000% sure that it's people. And I'm like, yes, it's people, but really it's people that are getting you into the algorithm you don't want to be in. And you can get yourself out of that algorithm by very specifically changing what you do. So we have products at Grandmaster LED called Tarantula. There's the Tarantula Borg and the Tarantula Voyager. So he made a post the other day putting the lights, just lights, on sale. No talk of cannabis whatsoever. They deleted the picture. They hit his Instagram account so hard, he's probably going to lose it. And they said because he was selling insect body parts. That's what the algorithm picked up. That tarantula.
So
Go ahead, Jen.
I've always been very careful about what I post. So I've never had algorithm problems. I've never advertised that I sell. I watch my language on there. I'm very cautious at the way I do things. But you're right. The second that somebody starts reporting things, then it can get caught into this loop because they're looking for a pattern. But if anybody goes onto my Instagram in my highlights, I literally have a highlight reel that says, "Don't blame the algorithm," because I have, since deleting these 12 accounts from these couple girls, we won't say the company, but I haven't had any more reports, you know. And first it started out as blocking their 8 accounts, and then I stopped getting reports for a couple days, right? And then I'm on the new one and I start getting reports again. And I was like, what the hell? And everybody's like, oh, it's because you same IP address, this and that. No, now you're on this list. No, I wasn't. So I went through and I found that they had a couple more accounts that I had not blocked. So as soon as I blocked those accounts, all of a sudden, no more reports. So then a week later, I start getting reports again, and I find that yet another 2 accounts that I found that they were associated with, not blocked, and I'm getting reports. So as soon as I block them, I haven't had any reports again. So I figured since I had already lost my page, I might as well try this fun little experiment. So I went on my stories and I put hash, hash, hash. I even hashtagged hash. I even said, hey, IG, what did I say? Here, I've got it right here. I promote cannabis use. Okay. I put that all over. I put it on my story. I also made a post of it. Now that I know fully that this group of people, right? I'm in that window where I've blocked all of these new accounts they've made. So they're having problems making new accounts. So in this time frame, I put that up to test the algorithm, because what's the worst case scenario? What, my account gets deleted? Well, my big account already did, so whatever. Never got flagged on my story. It's still on my post. Now, when I got on my story and basically said, and I put all this in the highlights because it's absolutely fucking interesting, because I had put a post that said, it's still up. It's not the algorithm. This lesson brought to you by blah, 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 blah. Now, the algorithm was triggered by brought to you by. So within 20 seconds, I have Instagram saying, hey, we've noticed that you might want to monetize on this. And so it gave me the option to actually, like, brought to you by a paid collaboration or whatever. So I tried it again, right? So I posted it up and I said, and this is the algorithm. It has nothing to do with hash, not the words cannabis, not saying that I promote cannabis, but brought to you by, right? So I did it again. Brought to you by, and it pulled up again. Brought to you by, and it pulled up again. So I put a picture of my hash. Brought to you by, pulled up again. Picture of me in my garden, or just a regular flower, because everybody's telling me, oh, it's the algorithm. They're flagging the flower pictures. They're flagging the hash pictures. They're flagging the words hash. They're flagging the words cannabis. It's thus promoting cannabis use. No, it's not. Like, go to my highlights right now. I literally proved it, because I was able to capture all of the cannabis content that I'm being told is triggering the algorithm. But then just the simple words brought to you by has now triggered the algorithm. So you can see, yes, the algorithm is triggered, but not by what people are trying to tell us it is. Like, it's the biggest scapegoat ever. Oh, it's the algorithm. No, it's not. It's somebody going through and strategically flagging people and reporting them. And if there's a pattern of numerous people, and then they're seeing this pattern, then we're all getting taken out. But I've
had my account hit like 30 times, and I've fought it every time and got my account back like 5 minutes later. And it's always been illegal drugs, illegal this, illegal that. I'm just like, oh, well, just, actually, no, I'm in Canada. But I never talk to a person. I just know that there's, they're using people to be the agent Smiths and rat people out, which is no different, right? It's the same. Like, if you go on, this is what I learned even from the internet before Instagram. The people that I bothered the worst made it their mission to destroy my life. And if you're out there and you just have one moment where you're smug with someone, or you're like, you get them, you give them it might feel good for about 5 seconds until you're in a 5-year patent lawsuit with them and spending 6 figures, because that's how it worked out for me. I've learned to just be much more relaxed, more kind of try not to get into beefs with people, even though it's pretty consistent all around the board that there's always someone who wants to hate. I just try my best to operate in a quiet manner. I also don't define myself by my Instagram account or my YouTube channel anymore since losing them. It's like, you're not your Instagram account. You're not your YouTube channel. It's and I will say, I feel like the algorithm is changing recently for sure. My Instagram account is now getting pushed. I'm shadow banned. I've been shadow banned for, I want to say, at least 10 years. But recently I started getting real serious numbers. Like on this last piece of hash that I posted, it was like 266,000 people played this video. And I was like, that's weird. And then I looked and it was 89% of non-followers, which is also my account's not supposed to be shown to non-followers. So suddenly my Instagram, while everyone else I know is just getting hammered, which I feel sick about, my Instagram, I'm able to monetize it. I'm getting pushed into the algorithm, meaning I'm suddenly being shown to 80 to 90% of the people that are seeing my photos and videos and reels are from outside of my followership. And YouTube is the same way. YouTube hit me up last week and was like, hey, do you want to monetize your channel again? Like you can sell memberships, you can take donations in your chats, super chats, you can do all of this stuff. You can create memberships. I was just like, what the fuck is going on? So I'm kind of hoping that maybe it will get better. I mean, these are independent companies, and it's kind of like if you owned a company, you could do whatever you want, but it sucks for the cannabis community. It always has. We've always been sort of attacked in regards to sharing information, and yeah, it sucks. It feels pretty shitty. I remember feeling pretty shitty the first time I lost my Instagram account. I will say that I'm happy that I have Hash Church, which gives me a perspective, because when we're all building listen, when my YouTube channel hit 100,000, I had a choice to make. I could make it all about me and this could be my YouTube channel, or I could create a show and invite all these other people that are so much more amazing than me, especially combined. Um, and I could do that. And that's really was the birth of Hash Church. That's why Hash Church. So really, when the YouTube channel went down, I wasn't hurt for my own personal reasons, like the way I was with my Instagram, because when that went down, I was like, woe is me. Holy shit, I had 120,000 followers. They're all gone. This fucking blows. But for YouTube, it was more like this internal pain that I had for the audience and for the panelists and for the people that had put all of their time and blood and sweat and tears into sitting in here for thousands of hours and making these shows that we do. I felt bad that those were gone. So it is what it is. It's difficult. I guess we all just gotta sort of hopefully, make moves in a way that figures out a way to make this better. Maybe AI. I have never asked AI. Maybe Johnny B should ask AI, hey, I'm a cannabis person. How should I be making my Instagram posts? Because everyone has countering information about how it works. And you would probably have very good conversations, Jen, with my partner Thomas from Grandmaster LED, because he is getting attacked in a way that it's just unbelievable. I suspect he'll lose his Instagram account here very soon, which is unfortunate.
I'll get attacked. I've been attacked, shut down so many times. It's ridiculous. It's really
Johnny B, you've been copied. I see more cloned accounts of you than any other person. It's pictures of Johnny B, and then you go into the photos, and it's all jars of weed and his pictures, and then it's like, hit me up for inquiries. It's like, oh my God, these guys are selling weed under Johnny B's like good name and face.
fake accounts out there. Plus, I screenshot them. People send them to me every week. I get someone reported a fake account.
Well, here's something, Jen, that I am very confused by, because I've been cloned myself on Facebook and Instagram, and then those are the only accounts I've ever reported, and I report them. And I even got one back recently, and it said, "Sorry." They always say the same thing. Sorry, there's nothing we can do. That person's not impersonating you. So I'm reporting people, but their accounts aren't getting taken down. But these magical other people are reporting people, and the accounts get taken down right away. What the fuck is that? And how does that work?
Right?
It makes no sense.
I'm looking forward to finding one of the accounts that has stolen all my shit, just so I can get some of my pictures back from them. Where are those accounts that I couldn't get shut down now because they have all the content that I wanted?
Listen, I'll tell you, the first time it ever happened to me was when Overgrow got shut down. When the dude that owned Overgrow got busted, and they pulled those gold bars and weed and all this shit off of his property, and the RCMP shut Overgrow down. That was pre-Instagram. That was pre-social media. I still have, obviously, all the photos and the content because I'm a photographer and I keep those on, redundant hard drives. But it was the communication and the dialogue with all the amazing people that I lost, right? It was all the comments that are just like, oh my God, how can you? I think you can download that data now off of Instagram, if I'm not wrong. No, you can't download that while you have it?
No, you can try.
I thought there was a way.
You can try, but the problem I'm having is that they tell you that there's an option and they're going to send you a download link, but then it's been taking me in a circle. So yeah, and like you were just saying, like the dialogue with people, here's my issue. I don't really care about the followers. Like most of my followers were organically made with feet on the ground in each of these states and communities that I've worked in. So that's not my concern. But I have friends that have passed away that I had voice memos in my DMs, you know, like certain things like that that mean so much to me that now they're just gone.
And they
Like,
won't give you the link? Is that what you've been waiting
I've
for?
tried, oh, every single day. So I'm still disabled, but I keep going back because they're like, you will send you a link. So they send me the link. It literally just takes me in a circle, and I've been doing it the entire month. Every
So
4 days,
so here's a
I
good
will go
lesson
back
for
and
people.
request it again.
Obviously, it's harder to do when your account is banned. So anyone that has special things on their Instagram account, I just asked ChatGTP, you can actually do exactly what Jen says. You go to your profile, you go to access settings, you select settings, you go into privacy and security and select security. Then you go to data download, and under data and history, you tap download your information, which requests a download. You enter your email address and tap request download. And then you choose your format, which is either JSON, which is a machine readable format, or HTML, which is easier to read on computers. So you enter your password, they initiate the request. I suspect she's having a difficulty because she's banned. But if you have things on your Instagram and you're in the cannabis world, I would be doing this process, you know, every month, every week, however often you want to do it. And then you can at least avoid, once your account's been disabled, you know, experiencing the hell that unfortunately Jen Doe has been experiencing. That sucks, Jen.
Or you can actually come over to Blue Sky, which allows for cannabis and for cannabis media. And I've been there for a year, and it's just grown as everybody has left Twitter. But it's basically it's old school Twitter, and all the old school heads, the producers, the creatives are all there. And they don't gig you for cannabis because I have my Veterans Action Council. I've got my Cannabis Embassy and Berkeley Patients Group have shown pictures, names, everything. No issues. So recommend, as opposed to being stuck in the meta headache that Jen and everybody is try something new and different. It's also protected, and there's no AI that surfs your shit, and you can block people outright.
The only problem I have with it is that there's 20 million people on it and there's 2.4 billion on Instagram. That's the problem.
Yeah,
It gates us into this small little chamber of people that are just like, fuck. Twitter, on the other hand,
It's like Twitter,
it does
like
have 600 million monthly users. So
Yep.
it's still rocking.
So
I believe I was asked, how do I keep my products stable? And so I wanted to get back to that,
sorry,
which is,
Sam.
which is, first of all, it depends really a lot. You know, once you get it dry and you stick it in a freezer, it's stable forever, or for a really long time. I've never kept it more than about 25, 30 years, but it was practically exactly the same. But when you want to take it someplace else, first of all, it depends on how hygroscopic the terpenes in the dry sift resin is. Because some of it, I mean, you can't take it anywhere that's hot and moist at all. If you take it to some place like where, like Austria, to go skiing, you don't have any problem at all. You can open it and there's no problem. But you take it to some hot, humid little Jamaican island, and if it's got the right hygroscopic terpenes, there's nothing you can do.
Well, we still smoked it.
Oh, yeah, we smoked it quick. That was the solution.
So Marcus, what was that kind of that portable box that you were showing us? Is that like a little portable refrigerator freezer? What is that?
You know what? You can find them for sale as makeup fridges. They're little mini coolers. They're makeup fridges. They come in all sorts of different size. They plug into the wall when you arrive, but they have like a 2 to 6 hour battery depending on the model. This one is my buddy. He sells it under the Baller Fridge. So you can find him on Instagram. He's a pretty good dude. And yeah, it's just it's a nice little way to carry. Listen, I am more interested these days. If it's traditional style hash, I'm all about curing it out and leaving it for a long time. And if it's about like, okay, properly dried and made resin, that resin I just want to preserve. I don't want to cure it. I want it to be preserved because when I get it, I'm like, it's exactly how I love it. And for that stuff, I keep it as cold as possible while I'm using it and then just kind of pull it out. I should shout
other
out Andrew.
suggestion I have is keep it in small containers so that when you open one of the little containers, all the rest of it is still fine because I could keep like I used to keep a lot in little plastic film cans, for like film came in, little rolls of film. And as long as I didn't expose it to it didn't matter how hot it got or any of that kind of shit. What mattered was if I took the lid off and exposed it to the high humidity. If I kept it shut, no problem. It's better frozen, but what really got it was the exposure to the hot, humid, wet air.
Yeah, makes sense. Very smart. I wanted to shout out Andrew Cotter, the engineer at Whistler Technologies. He grew this up in Squamish outdoors, just in his backyard, and then processed it. And I don't even know the cultivar. It's very orangey smelling, but it's beautiful full melt bubble. And unfortunately, when he gave it to me, I let it grease up a little bit, but I like it. It's pretty nice. It's very hard. You definitely have to use a tool, like even at room temperature, you got to use a tool to that heats up a little bit that gets into it. But very lovely resin. What is everyone smoking today, by the way? Maybe I'll smoke some of that right now. We
Can
have
I
a
do
little
a
dab
little
break.
shout out real quick and like
Please,
just
of
show off
absolutely you can.
and just show off? Hold on, where did you guys go?
We're here.
Can
Oh
you still
shit! Yeah, your phone rang.
Yeah, we can see you.
yeah, how did that happen? Now how do I get back?
Is it an iPhone?
No, I'm on my laptop.
Well, you're on your laptop. Well, you should be able to find it under Zoom. It'll be
Zoom.
in one of your browsers, maybe, or on its own separate.
Oh
All
my
right. Well,
head.
I'm puffing this anyway.
We
So
see
anyone that
you
wants to
just
join.
fine, Jen. So
Okay, if you can see me, I just can't see you. Okay, so this is like the coolest little contraption. So this is done by Puff Wizard Labs. We did a little collaboration on it. But basically, it is the best little tool that I've found to be able to smoke old school hash, right? So this little post, you just take a piece of a temple ball or something, you put it on that post, and then you light it until it is smoldering. And then once you do that, you throw this lid on here and you've got like this awesome way to like just bypass the whole needle in a cup and shit that we used to do. And yeah, it's pretty fucking great. So
What are they called here, Johnny B? What we have those, but they're different. They're like the hash kettles or something.
Hash kettles. Yeah.
Hash kettles. That's super cool. No, those are the best way to smoke old school hash out of the like anything like that. I like the post on that one. It's a little different. The hash
Yeah.
kettle. Oh no, I thought Johnny was holding one up. That is cool looking though with the straw. I like that. Bottoms up.
This is
yeah. So the other thing is, so what I've noticed is like ratios with this, right? Because if it's too melty, it won't hold that ember, so it's a little harder to get it to work. So what I've been doing is taking a lot of my meltier stuff, and I'll actually just combine it with a certain percentage of uncleaned keef, and so that'll keep that stability, so I can get that ember. Solventless Mind actually the other day kind of figured out another tech with it with a lot of our meltier stuff. So whether we're going with like those really insanely melty temple balls or even just like a full melt product, is you can actually just torch this post like you would a quartz nail, And then when it's hot, you drop your dab on there and then just instantly cap it. And it's just acting like the old nail and dome.
Nice. Now it works both ways.
Yeah, so it's super versatile. I think we're also going to be ordering for these collaborated ones with me. I think we're going to be ordering like a kind of like a quartz, like almost like an old school nail. Like this one's just designed with those 3 little holes on, or 3 little balls on it, so that it just like holds your temple ball up, so you can get some airflow around it, and it just sort of like holds it. But yeah, you can heat that shit up and just hit it like for all the melty stuff as well. So, but this is great in the lab. I can load a piece of temple ball on there and just, oh my God, I get so high because it doesn't stop. It's not like a Puffco where it turns off, right? So it just keeps going. But super easy, super portable. Absolutely love this.
Very cool.
Who makes that again?
It's Puff Wizard Labs. I put the link in my bio on my IG. And we're keeping them really affordable. So they're like, I think they're like $40 online is all, and that's shipped. Yeah, so Puff Wizard Labs, but I put the link to buy it on my IG. So
see, in a perfect world, you could stick a quarter of traditional hash in there and sell it for $80.
Right? Exactly. That's what the goal is, kind of to be able to. So as I'm doing this different work up in Washington and whatnot, the goal is to be able to just have complementing situations. So like for the issue of people that don't really know how to smoke the old school hash other than just in the joints, yeah, this could go right along with that. So they've got the set, and with it being that affordable, you know, you can replace it when needed, like if you break it or whatnot. There's no electrical parts, so technically it can last for fucking ever.
Yep, just don't drop it.
Yeah, so shout out to Joe Itza and Puff Wizard Labs for coming up with that design. And I was just super happy that they included me in it because it's been so great. It's like my favorite thing.
You got to ask them if they've ever seen the hash kettle, if it was helpful in the inspiration of the unit, because it's a very cool. You know, I'm not a big fan of the kettle myself. I'd rather smoke hash a variety of different ways, but I feel like that design, it's just because of how airy it comes out in the kettle. We used to build our kind of own units with coals and stuff that we'd put, you know, the big container over and then be inhaling it, like back in the 80s when we were first smoking oil. But I feel like that design with the straw in particular could really make it like tighten it up a little bit so it wasn't so like airy.
Yeah, exactly. And then we decided to just drill like a little hole in the bottom. I don't have it done on this one, but just to give a little more availability of airflow so that you can kind of like add a little bit if you want or not. Doesn't affect, you know, it doesn't affect it a whole ton, but it gives you a little more control to clear it.
You could almost put a carb right down by your finger in the glass, even right at the bottom. So you had to suck the air from the bottom is a good idea.
Yeah. And we've thought of that. The problem being we're trying to keep that price point down really low so that the end consumer is not having to pay for an additional $10 that it costs to put a small carb in the glass. So that's where I kind of decided, like, if we put it in the wood, we're able to just keep that price point for the consumers down. Because every single thing you do to the glass, that's going to be a lot more expensive as far as, you know, when they're in production. So keeping it simple, little drill in the bottom, so you've got that hole and that controllability. Yeah, I mean, the goal is to keep it very affordable. So that's kind of why we didn't go
like traditional hash.
Yeah, exactly.
I like that. Affordable tool for affordable hash.
Exactly. I still can't figure out how to get this back on my video. Let me just let me sign out and I'll sign back in. I'll see you guys in just
I'll watch you.
Okay.
I'll watch for you. Oh my goodness. Did anyone take a hit other than me? Because that was a great rip.
Solid.
Well, Tan, you've been nonstop. So at one point, people were like, holy shit, look at that Tan. He's totally slumped. Good on you, old boy.
I did some cleaning behind me. I mean, smoking sift the whole time.
Nice. Look at Sam's got a disco show going on over at his place. That's the first time anyone's ever seen the magical dry sift hand.
And I always bring Horatio with me everywhere. So this is one of his tools that he would have with his separation and his little he had a cement mixer, and he would put everything in there, and he had all these little I think you have one of these, Mark. I know you do. So I always have Horatio sitting here. He's always
Very
with us.
cool. Very cool. We miss Horatio. He was a thinker. He was outside the box. He was so far outside the box, it was unbelievable.
Well, we all are. We're all on people looking outside of that box and see how far we can truly see in that vision that you can create, right? What you write, you invite. You wrote down what you were going to do. We talked about what you're doing a decade ago, and this has all come true. From Worcester Tech to creating everything you've done. Like, that's what we all do here. We're all creating and manifesting our future.
Yeah.
Look how far House Church has come over a decade. Look at the creations and where we're going, guys. And where do we see ourselves going in 2025 is the question. What do you got growing on? Put that in chat, and let's see all the chat going up what you guys are going to be doing.
They hear. They'll answer. I think I know what I'm going to be doing. I'm going to be building the Bubble Man brand down in the US.
Yes.
Getting more good partners down there and releasing more good products. And after 25 years of teaching people how to make the hash, it's kind of nice to be in the different markets making the hash and producing the product. So, here comes Jen.
I can tell you from our perspective, like, I don't know if can you guys hear me?
Absolutely.
Oh, cool. From our perspective in New York, it's like such a different entry point for us because we're this small company trying to like make it and get established, and pretty quickly we've had to figure out like what our niches are going to be, especially as like a semi-outdoor organic sort of, that's our pitch. There's a question like what kind of longevity you can have in a market that way and so we zeroed in on hash pretty quickly, and I think what my focal point is really for the next few years is to try to get this dry sifted, static sifted hash into as many of these. We sell traditional hash, but really into flower products is what I'm most excited about, because I think what you were mentioning earlier, Marcus, with like the, all the botanical terpenes and the distillate products, not that we make distillate here, so no hate on distillate, but that people can really get the best of both worlds. Like they can get a really affordable product that delivers an amazing high with a really high potency by bringing together flower and dry sift hash in a way that makes those concentrates like really accessible to everybody. So that's definitely what we're excited about.
Hell yeah. Yeah, making it all available is definitely listen, I'm not shitting on distillate in the sense. I guess I'm just shitting on the concept of, and I shouldn't even shit on that, because the bottom line is it's just victims of circumstance. It's like, yeah, if you can't afford it, you're going to find value products. That's what you're
No,
going
but
to
it's
search for.
it's genuinely frustrating. Like we put out as Hudson Cannabis a infused joint that doesn't use any added terpenes, and we're like so excited. We're smoking these things like this is amazing. And then we get completely outcompeted by like heavy botanical terpene infused joints, and we're looking at each other like, you know what, we tried, and they'll catch on. We're not giving up, but
I wish they would. I wish they would, and some of them will, I suspect. But it's about the cost, not about what they want. That's what you have to put it in. The perspective is it's like it's what you want, so you go there for sure. But for most folks, it's like, well, then you could get Mark started on the botanical terps, because I see people calling them fake terps all the time. For me, the botanical terps are not in the right ratios the cannabis produces volatile organic compounds. That's my argument of botanical terps. But when people say they're fake terps, it's like, no, they're like literally the same molecule as the molecule in cannabis, but it's the ratios that they're being produced in by cannabis. For me also, I always thought, well, one day we're going to create these flavor profiles that match the flavor profiles of cannabis. It's like, well, not unless we're perceiving the thiols and the thiolates and all the other compounds that are like, unless we start perceiving that whole picture and know that it's complete, only then could we be somewhat confident in saying we're creating these unique or exact volatile organic profiles, and then re-establishing them. And don't get me wrong, I think the ability to do that would be amazing. mainly for people, like children like Charlotte Fiji who had these different epileptic seizures. I know that there was young Haley here in Canada that John is very close with. She had a very bad form of epilepsy. Haley's Comet, a cultivar that was created for her, would work sometimes, and then eventually it would stop working. And it was like, oh, someone grew it a little differently, the profiles. So I see the value of being able to take cannabinoids and volatile organic compounds and put them into a medicinal product that, someone like a Haley or a Charlotte could gain benefit from. I also see obviously the benefit of what you guys are trying to do at Hudson Cannabis with trying to put out the best products and cannabis derived and this and that. Unfortunately, I'm also, flustered the same way you are by the fact that people don't actually fucking care.
Well, and it goes the other way too with distillate, because you can, like, we make this beautiful distillate here. Our guys are very proud of the work they do, but ultimately, like, you smoke it or you put it in a vape, and over time, if you're someone who knows full spectrum products, like, you start to notice these real differences in the experience and how it makes you feel. And in my opinion, it's just too much THC in too high of a concentration without these, like, many other compounds that we find alongside THC. And so ultimately, like, the experience just doesn't deliver the way at least I'd like.
I think it's the same thing with terpenes too. It's not so much the ratios, Marcus, it's the level of terpenes. Like good flour, even like the best flour is going to test what, 2 or 3%. This isn't like necessarily more is better. More is going to create that caustic thing.
Right.
But no, Ezra, I totally agree with what you're saying about distillate. Unfortunately, and this is kind of like probably a result having to do with prohibition, um, THC content is just such a big driver in a lot of different ways. Not just at the dispensary purchase, where someone's like looking at like a 22% versus a 28%, and it's like they're digging into their pocket. It's like, okay, well, which one should I choose? But I'm sure Ezra, you could totally appreciate this at the wholesale level when you're buying bulk biomass or trim or stuff like that. Like if you're looking to extract, you want the highest, especially if you're making disty, right? You want the what test for the highest. And unfortunately, when you're making disty, it's all about just getting that stuff out and leaving everything else behind and getting as high a THCA number or I'm sorry, THC number you can get in that disty, because ultimately that's going to create more vape pens. It's going to create a bigger sale when you go to wholesale that disty, right? Something that analyzes for 85% is going to sell better than something that analyzes at 75. But and I know that if 75% is being diluted by the minor cannabinoid fractions and the terpenes and everything else that's in there, like a really good hash, is going to analyze somewhere in the 60s or high 70s, right? Because there's so much other good yumminess in there, right? But I think that THC number, right? Don't you think that's just an artifact of prohibition?
I mean, it's hard to say, right? I mean, we're in the New York market, people are just, they really shop based on THC. And I think there is a lack of education, like, over the years, of people kind of receiving all these different cannabis products, but there wasn't, like, a unified front of information about them. So, like, I even read, like, I spend a lot of time just reading, like, the hash forums of Reddit for Europe, and I'm hearing terms for hash constantly that I've never heard of. And half of them might not even be real. It's just like what someone's dealer told them when they met up with them. But you have just like a way more fractionated population in terms of like what they understand about the plant. And I don't know, it's kind of this thing where we all say, I hope to see it change, I hope to see the customer start looking for some different things, or the consumer, but also it's something we kind of accept at the same time.
Well, and
I
it
have
also,
no problems
yeah.
with I have no problems with people wanting high THC values. But I would hope that would also have the proper terpene profile with those high THC values to create the effects that the people want. Then, I mean, if it's 25% THC, but with the right terpenes in the right ratios, it just means they can smoke half as much and still
Yeah.
achieve what they're after.
I think you're absolutely right, Sam. Like in an inhaled product where that's how you're experiencing it, as though you're experiencing the flower or the hash itself. But I think like just to pick on beverages for a second. So when you're trying to put 10 milligrams of THC into a beverage, right? You don't give a shit about terpenes. You don't give a shit about anything other than reducing the cost of your input. You want the cheapest form of THC you can possibly get. And so the beverage sector here in the States is really starting to take off. I mean, certain states like um, Minnesota and whatnot were kind of out in front of other states where you can go to a liquor store and you can buy beer and you can buy vodka and you can buy bourbon, but then at the end of the case there, you have a whole now selection of hemp hemp-derived THC beverages, seltzers and sodas. And for them, it's just all about the molecule. It's all about THC. They could give a shit about terpenes. I don't know. I've had some terpene infused beverages. They don't really taste too well. It's difficult to really formulate that into a good tasting product. But I know that people are turning rosin into gummies, and supposedly the rosin gummy is a very, very different experience than just vanilla THC loaded
100%.
into a
It's
gummy.
strong. It's way more intense, Mark. And I'm kind of
Yeah.
sensitive to edibles. I don't eat big, 1,000 or 500 or 100 Like I'm like on a normal day, I can take 10 milligrams before bed and sleep like a baby. If I'm in pain, I might eat like 30 to 40 milligrams over the course of an entire day, 10 milligrams at a time. Whereas if I'm not in pain, 40 milligrams would just get me like higher than I need it to be. And with distillate, I need about twice as much, and it's a different feeling than I get from live hash rosin. The trick with live hash rosin is you actually need to use um what are they called? Like a sensory scientist, like a food scientist that knows how to pair the terpenes or the volatile organic compounds with the flavor profiles of whatever, the edible is that you're making, whether it be a gummy or whatnot. So some stuff fits together better and some just does not fit together at all. And when you have a person like that, much like White Rabbit, the gummy company, those were some of the best gummies I've ever had in my life, and really complex flavor profiles, and just clearly the person, the people doing that work had a deep understanding of
Have you
how
had,
it
or has
works.
anybody on the panel had a full spectrum beverage that actually tastes good?
I don't think I've had a full spectrum beverage. And I think these THC levels everybody's looking for is because if we think about it, like that's the illegal component in cannabis. So now everybody sees that as like the shining star because that's the thing that's illegal. So that's what they're going for, right?
Well, I don't know, Jen. It's kind of like a double jeopardy because if you think about just hemp in general, like CBD, so you could now chemically convert CBD into THC and do that underneath a roof of a building that has a cannabis canning line. And so now what you're converting what you take into your building is totally legal by the US law. And what goes out of the building in a 10 milligram drink that's like 12 ounces, that's like 0.029% THC. So it hardly qualifies on the radar as being, even close to being, outside that 0.3% or less THC number. But still you can get loaded. And even a cannabis user like me, Jen, I could drink two of those beverages and I totally feel it. I mean, it's just 10 milligrams of a,
But
of a
but
single
Mark,
cannabinoid.
isn't the effects different? Because when you're taking things orally, you're getting high on 11-hydroxy, not THC.
No, actually, Sam, that's not. So these things are nano-emulsified. So
Yeah,
basically,
I was
there's a
gonna.
there's a nano emulsion that basically keeps that from going. I think it gets absorbed through the oral sublingual, or maybe it does go through the tract, but it, Sam, I'm telling you, I was super skeptical about this whole nano business. I thought it was all just a bunch of spin and bullshit, but it really works. There's a rapid onset of activity. If I pour like a 12-ounce seltzer out that's got 10 milligrams, by the time I'm halfway through that glass, I could feel it. And again, I'm dabbing all day long. So it's like very hard to think, again, that this is basically legal under the hemp law. And so what people are doing, again, because CBD is cratered to down to, I don't know, like 450 a kilo or 400 a kilo, you could convert that into THC. Hopefully you're doing it in a way that, minimizes the byproduct formation. But if you're getting something like 85 or 90% THC, you're putting that right into a beverage, diluting it back down, and now what leaves the building is totally hemp. So it's, yeah, I mean, I don't know how the cannabis market is going to compete when you could convert CBD into THC for a whole lot
They
cheaper.
compete with dry sifting. That's the way.
Well,
Well,
yeah,
Does
exactly.
anybody prefer 11 hydroxy over THC?
It's more potent.
Fuck, dude. It's like a
It's
fucking nightmare. Are you kidding me, dude? Yeah, it's more potent. It's like fucking, I'll just smoke more dabs if I want to get more high. I prefer it. I use it as an oral consumption, as a medicine when I'm hurting, when I need to sleep. But do I enjoy it as a recreational drug? Oh, not so much.
Well, this for big beverage, Marcus, this is just another ingredient. They're already formulating ingredients. They're making lots of sodas, lots of seltzers. Oh, now we can basically add hemp-derived THC. For them, it's just another ingredient, which is why it's such a play for big beverage. That's why all the big beverage companies are interested in this market. And this market is unbelievably large. It's taking off like you would not believe. In the most cannabis unfriendly states, you could buy these beverages. So
And
it's
they're large labs too, and people, small manufacturers can't afford that.
yeah.
However, this is for a limited time only, because the new bill, that's the new hemp bill, new farm bill that's being written, is going to close these loops, and they're looking to actively close them. So keep
Well,
your
you got
eye
to
out.
remember, ATN, the Farm Bill's regulation ends at harvest. So once that plant is deemed as hemp, what happens to that CBD is not covered in the Farm Bill specifically, right? Now, if they put some kind of like rider or extender in there saying, oh, by the way, you can't convert CBD into THC or other psychoactive substances, but where they've dropped the ball here is the FDA, right? The FDA is supposed to regulate after harvest. And right now, man, this market is so fucking big, ATN. And I
Mhm.
can tell you that there's deep pockets behind it, because I see warehouses that are 3 pallet racks high with full, forklifts, and you only do that when you have a lot of money. So Big Beverage has got a lot of money. They got the canning lines. All they need now is the psychoactive ingredient, which they can make by chemical conversion underneath the same roof. Put that into a nano emulsion, and bam, you got cannabis drinks, you know? So
Oh, through their distribution centers, which they have the distribution already set and centered. So,
right,
anybody attempting to compete with that is in for
are going to
a
be snuffed
reality
out.
check. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah. You have to
true.
either join, or like other people, you're going to have to pretty much commit to these people for in perpetuity for distribution,
That's
and
right.
they can negotiate those types of realities against you, because who's going to stop them?
Nobody.
No,
Exactly.
and if you look at Canada, the companies that give the biggest money, it wasn't pharma, it wasn't tobacco, it was drink, it was beverage
Big
companies.
beverage,
It was
right?
Constellation Brands gave Canopy like 4 billion US dollars, which I believe was $5 billion
Yeah.
Canadian.
Yeah, we carry Pabst Pabst Blue Ribbon, we carry their seltzers right now in our dispensaries, and I know you can go down to Total Bev and Mo and buy it for probably $2 to $3 cheaper there, at the store than it is at the regulated dispensary.
How do
So
they taste, Etienne? Do they taste good?
I don't know. I've never tried them. I don't do drinks, so I mean, I'm a hash person. So, but people we keep reordering. Some people must like them.
People must like
They
them.
have that nanotechnology, whereas remember, 5, 10 years ago, you just got that layer of oil right off the
Yeah.
top.
It was mixed
Now
well, right? Yeah.
consumers say they taste like a regular beverage, and they feel like they're able to get a consistent dosage depending on how much
Right.
they imbibe, which is considerably also different than the technology we had, which is where these companies have food laboratories. They can actually do these sort of things and test them, whereas just getting a laboratory up and running is almost what, $1 million, quite a few $1 million just to get a lab up and going, right, Mark?
Well, for a testing lab, it's more like 2 million because you need the equipment, but you
The
also
tech
need a healthy chunk of money in the bank for that runway by the time you get up to full capacity. And I'm sure Ezra will also say this on the production side. You need money to basically make that runway as smooth as you possibly can till you're up at full production capacity. So yeah, yep,
I
money.
would actually say to that point, I mean, it's a little bit different topic than what you guys are talking about, but one thing that's allowed me to like exist and be here as in the cannabis industry has been dry sifting and static sifting. And what I found is that, I was already working for this company, and I basically heard a little bit about static through the years. And I was lucky enough to get an opportunity to start trying to figure it out basically in an empty room. And absolutely agree. Like once you get to a point where you have a process and you have a goal in mind and you want to launch a product, you need a certain amount of money to like realize that and get it to store shelves. But luckily we were able to really like uh be resourceful and kind of scrape something together from nothing. It often felt like, because essentially all you really need is a tumbler and a screen and some know-how of the process. And whether you're an at-home, just doing it for yourself, or you're, a small startup, you can really you can generate a considerable amount of value from not a lot of starting material. And for us, it was just seeing the trim come off of our very first harvest and realizing that there was an opportunity there. So I'm really interested to see what's going to happen with dry sifting over the next few years, because as people start to understand kind of the system you can use and how efficient it is, not to mention that your material is still dry afterwards, so you can still sell it on to a hydrocarbon or ethanol extractor. I'm hoping it allows some people to get their foot in the door in a way where, as the industry becomes more inaccessible to people.
That's exactly what I used to tell people. They would say, but dry sifting, the yield is so small. And I would say, well, after you're done doing the dry sifting, extract the rest of the cannabinoids and terpenes and get value out of them.
And
Exactly.
static really changes that, because, and we're still working on, again, like really pulling it together with duct tape. We don't have a proper freezer yet to run our, Keef Thief. We love Keef Thief, but we don't have a freezer for their big machine. So we tumble at like 50 degrees with a really low humidity. And the way we get around not having a freezer is we just beat the crap out of the material. We've actually drawn our run times down quite a lot to beat it up a little less. But you're doing static. So if you've got your right tools and you've got your right methods, you can really harvest the trichomes back out of the material. And yeah, you can get it done for sure.
Hey, shout out to D420K in the house, dude. How fucking the dry sift general himself just popped in. Can I hear a bong rip? Woo. No, you got to unmute yourself. Sorry, this stupid Zoom auto mute. There you are.
Bong rip, mother lovers. Good to see you.
Oh, dude. That was awesome, dude. People are going to be tripping out in the chat room.
How you all doing?
Fuck, we're just sitting around puffing dabs and talking about dry sift, dude.
All morning. Right on. I've got, fuck, let me see this.
A few pounds of it.
I've still got some dry sift from the old days, buddy.
Oh my God, look how red that is. That's awesome.
See if I can get a better shot of it.
Oh no, it kind of went gold actually. It just looks
Is
red from the
it
jar.
still terpene rich?
Oh
Because
no, not at all, not at all, Sam. It's
okay,
not.
that's what I was gonna suspect.
It's just really old tasting hash is what
But is it
tastes.
10 years old?
Oh yeah, this is out of the jar that we that when you come up to do a film, to do a video, this is one of the jars that still has some left in it.
Oh my God, dude.
When I come to Vancouver next time, I'll bring some and we'll just sesh it up to see what you think. Anyways,
Hell yeah, dude.
Gets you really high, but I like my rosins a lot these days, right? Like it's my favorite actually, but still the OG Kush, all that sort of stuff. And I'm just wondering about the dry sifting like what's the topic we're talking on dry sift here? Are we talking about being able to get it, being able to make it? What's the main subject?
I mean, shit, we went pretty deep. Dr. Mark was
We're talking about making it, storing it, traveling with it, all the above. So
a lot of static information, a lot of people in the room right now. We got let's see. Well, we had Charles earlier, but we have like Ezra and Chris K and Wolverine Dabs and Renee and Holland, and they're sort of all part of the Sambo filtration, that sort of commercial machine that makes static dry sift now. So Wolverine Dabs has lots of information. Logan, who's in the room here, he's been making dry sift with that and some other techniques. So just kind of all these different people have kept the conversation going. They're sort of, novelly creating new things and kind of trying to just, figure out exactly. We still don't really know why or how it works, but a lot of the people in the room right now are kind of and you've been a big part of the conversation, dude, with the iTunes card, the carding with the iTunes card. People are like, hey, wait a minute.
Wait,
Well,
was that you guys? I was watching that YouTube video like 10 years ago.
Yeah,
I
dude.
didn't understand hash at all. Then I watched your bubble video. I tried to make bubble hash. I couldn't do any of it. But I remember watching that video over and over, trying to just figure out before I understood anything about it what a trichome was, like what the science was. That's so cool.
How about the guy that introduced us, dog? Like I know I did the card method, but I didn't realize what I was doing and what I had found out. And then there was that guy Mies McCalman off of YouTube that showed with a bigger case, like a video game case, and parchment paper on it, and that changed the game completely. Like it did give you grams at a time of brushing off the thing if instead of 0.2, 0.3 of a gram every time with the card. And then there's the black glove.
Correct. And the balloon. No, that was all a part of it. And if you think about it, D, the same way you didn't really kind of quite understand, it was your sharing what you didn't understand that allows me to kind of figure it out and then share with you back. And Sam told his origin story earlier today on this episode of how he discovered static tech in the first place. And the guy doing it, he wasn't exactly doing it correct. You'll have to go back to listen to the story, but he didn't know what he was doing. Sam was standing over his shoulders and he knew what he was doing. So there's this pattern here with these complex, complex but yet simple understandings and discoveries that are often, it takes one person to do it publicly so another person can see it and be like, oh shit, I think I see what he's doing there. And then it continues on. So obviously D420K was a big part of static sifting becoming becoming discovered, really.
Very proud to be part of that. And I'm going to dive into a bong rip here if everybody wants to have a little bong rip, mother lovers.
I'm doing it.
I'm loaded and ready to go.
Yeah, hey, Johnny.
How you doing, brother?
Jen Doe, Mark.
Hi. I miss you.
I miss all you guys. Man, how's everything going for you?
Crazy.
Jen.
Yeah. Oh, shit. For me, life is freaking wild, man. Never a dull day.
I was going to say, Jen, oh my God, Jen could write a book on the question D420K just answered. We'll be crying. We'll be laughing. We'll be angry. We'll be celebrating. Go ahead, Jen.
Yeah. No, you just nailed it. Thank you. That sums it up. Yeah.
Well, you still got a smile on your face, so that's a good thing. Good for you. Good to see it.
Thank you. There's always a silver lining, and no matter how small it is, I always seem to just find it. So, yeah.
Yep.
From
Yep.
from snake venom treatments in the jungles of Mexico to damn near freezing to death in the mountains or not the mountains, in the woods of Maine to God.
Did I ever tell you that I smoked king cobra snake venom in a
No, let's
chillum?
hear it. No,
Of
tell me
course
about
you did.
It's a psychedelic downer.
Huh.
It's sort of like a dispersonalization drug. And yeah, what it's funny because before they would let you smoke it, it was the snake babas who were selling it to me in India. They would put it on parchment paper. They would first look in your mouth to make sure you didn't have any open sores because they said then it'll kill you.
Yeah, because if it gets into your bloodstream, like the way that we administer the venom through the treatments that I learned how to do, it's all like through the lymphatic system. So if you get it into your bloodstream, it absolutely is deadly. You know,
Yeah, well, let me tell you, it absolutely is strong and it is a psychedelic dispersonation drug. I was shocked. I also smoked scorpion tails.
I was gonna say scorpion. I've heard of that. I've heard of people smoking scorpion.
Yeah.
Again, I use the scorpion venom for different medicinal things. And so yeah, like how you partake of that is going to change. So like for example, when I'm doing snake venom directly into my lymphatic system, there is no psychedelic effect. Whereas if you're smoking it, you're getting a whole different situation. So that's interesting, right?
I did it, and I guarantee you, it has a very strong effect.
Yeah. Well, I had about 15 different snake venoms coursing through my body within about a month period, all of which do all sorts of different things. None of them were psychedelic, but all of them had, and it's also dosage, right? So if you're hitting snake venom in the chillum, like I'm over here microdosing it for the more like subtle step up effect for my health versus like recreationally trying to fucking smoke a shit and blast. Like that's crazy.
Yeah, the only one snake I tried was king cobra venom, and it was quite potent. I don't know. I mean, there are other venoms like black mamba and stuff, which are much stronger, but also too, like you say, each snake venom affects you in different ways. I mean, especially when you're bitten by the snake, you know, some of them stop you breathing, some of them stop your heart beating, there's an infinite ways of killing you.
Some of them liquefy your blood, some of them thicken your blood. So when you start thinking about medical applications of the benefits of just that, the pharmaceutical companies came out with a product called Capitril, which is basically for like regulating like the thinning of your blood. So people that are having strokes or heart attacks, and like there's so many medications that have already come from those. But yeah, when you start doing the research on how that venom kills its prey, and then we think of dosage, right? So the difference between like poison and medicinal is going to be the amount. So when you bring that clear down to a smaller amount, like what benefit is it to like certain neurological things, right? So some snakes, they strictly like they paralyze their prey, right? So it's not doing anything to their blood. It is paralyzing them because it's paralyzing their neurological system. So when you think about that in terms of say like pain relief, okay, like if you can paralyze those certain signals that are being sent for pain, you're able to regulate pain.
So it's
right?
like Curé.
Yep. Yeah, it's so very interesting. I mean, when I compare it to cannabis, right? So all of these things do different things for all of these ailments, and this plant will do this and this terpene profile. Well, venom is actually the same in a sense that we're looking at like peptides, proteins, and amino acids in different combinations and different things that are also present in that venom. So it's the concept of it's really easy to understand when we are super nerdy about weed, because it's the same thing with these venoms. It's just the entourage effect of these different compounds coming together.
Do you know what the strongest venom is? Is it black mamba or
no?
Do you know?
Yeah, the taipan is the number one most venomous in the world. The mamba's up there as well. Yeah, if you look up like top 10, but the taipan I believe is the most venomous on the planet. One drop of taipan can kill something like 100 grown men in 30 minutes. And don't quote me on those numbers. I would have to go back and look it up. But yeah, it was like taipan, and then I think it goes to the mambas, the fertilances in there, and then you've got like your sidewinders and all of your vipers, and yeah, like
but some of the venoms you don't have to be bitten by the snake; they'll spit it in your face.
Yeah, they have spitting cobras. Like the cobras are the ones that spit it. But yeah, so they're trying to go for the eyes on that so that can blind you, right?
But do you find that you prefer your snake venom air dried or freeze dried is what that's the question I need to know.
I like the static.
So it's funny that you bring that up, Marcus, because yes, they freeze dry the venom. Believe it or not, venom is the hardest substance I've ever tried to actually fucking get my hands on ever. Like reaching out to any of the snake breeders and whatnot, it is so regulated by the pharmaceutical companies that they have contracts with anybody that is actually harvesting venom, with huge repercussions if they allow anybody other than medical labs or pharmaceutical companies. So they do freeze dry it though. Unfortunately, I don't think air dry is an option because there's certain bacterias and whatnot that would cause the degradation of that venom too quickly. But they do freeze dry it in order to be able to do a lot of their lab.
In India, they would milk the snake babas, satyrs, and dry it on parchment paper, and that's how they distribute it to their customers.
Yeah. So I don't know. I'll have to air dry to do a side by side on the freeze dryer when I get the venoms going.
Guys, I do have to jump. Thank you so much for having me here today.
It was
thanks
nice
for coming out, Ezra.
Yeah, you too. Hopefully I get to see some of you guys this week. And we generally, my personal philosophy is I'm really happy to share anything about how we do what we do, because if someone can figure out how to do it from whatever I say or other people say, then I think that's awesome. So always happy to talk more on or offline about what we're up to.
Awesome, dude. We'll really appreciate you coming on and sharing, and wish you the best of luck. And I'm sure we'll have you back on another day. I always appreciate people who come in from the lab on a Sunday.
Mm-hmm.
Happy to be here. It's a pleasure. Thanks, guys.
And if you could shoot me a message on Instagram, I would love to connect. So yeah.
Yeah, I will. I've got my tiny little hash account, Sandbox Rodeo. We try to just post what we're up to with no real agenda. We just like to be out there. So yeah, I'll shoot you a message.
Perfect.
Peace, homie. Peace, homie. Well, we got another half hour. We're gonna chill out and hang out for Hash Church, 1 o'clock. I'd like to get that go right to 1 today. I have a bunch of other stuff going on afterwards, but interesting conversation today, as always, from dry sift to snake venom.
Well, we definitely have enough time for bong rip.
Let's do it. Bong rip it.
I just took my D420K bong rip. Literally, like I didn't want to interrupt, but I was like, look, I'm taking my bong rip, D.
I'm gonna fucking do another one just cause.
I'm gonna double
just
up.
because you can. It's Sunday. Yeah. What a wonderful thing to do. Where are you located, Chris?
I'm located in Germany, close to Basel. I heard you had it a couple of days ago, in last week on the previous episode.
Yeah, Basel.
Yeah, quite close to Basel, like around 40 to 50 kilometers. I'm not in the fortunate position to have a bong rip as well because I don't smoke inside. I have a little kid here.
Oh yeah.
But I have to wait a little bit, and then I will also do after I meet you all. I will also hop off in a short amount of time, but it was also a pleasure meeting you all you guys, talking to such professionals as well. I hope we can stay in contact for some more info regarding the technique and the scientific background of all the electrostatic separation we do, especially with Gendo and Wolverine dabs. Maybe get some more info about it to improve everything, to make it even better. And I also wanted to say one thing to thanks to Skunkman Sam, because I'm not a professional as you are, all of you. I'm not doing it in a big scale, but especially the skunk one was something that I had during my entire time as a little grower, all by myself. And till today, I use and I prefer skunk one strains and crossings. So it's a pleasure and an honor to talk to guys like you, and especially Skunkman Sam, who enlightened my youth, let's say it like this.
Very cool, Chris. Thanks for sharing those words. And yeah, we'll definitely make sure we reach back out. Go ahead, Sam.
I'm glad you enjoyed it. That's
Yeah,
what I made it for.
yeah, it's always one of my go-to strains, and I'm as a regular Amsterdam visitor. Yeah, I've had a lot of it. Also, I had the honor to have the luck to have one of the cheese phenotypes, but not had the chance to clone or something like that. That was yeah, unfortunately, but yeah, it's great to have it. And I till today, like also for like around 25 years, I enjoy skunk number one very much.
Awesome. Well, we'll make sure that I'm going to make sure Charles reaches out and gets me all of your guys' names and phone numbers and emails. I like to keep that for under all the panelists that have ever been on Hash Church. I just like to make sure I have those contacts, and so we'll be reaching out and staying in touch for sure. And I've also got a machine from Sambo Creek Filtration. Once we really start working with it and playing with it, I'll definitely be in touch as well.
Yeah, funny. I stood in front of you last year at the Cannabis. Maybe we can recreate that again, and then I will talk to you. Well, the Terps Army, I guess, in testing or judging. I don't know what you did there.
Okay, yeah, we threw a Legends of Hashish party in Barcelona last year, and we did it at in conjunction with Terps Army. Lorenzo's been a friend for many years. He was kind of an original bubble ambassador that just blew up and just he's doing so great now with his shop in Holland and his shop in Barcelona. And yeah, that's cool that I'll tell you my idea for this year, and I mentioned this to Jolly Roger and the Puffco people, that what I'd really love to do is find the shop or the private club, because I've asked David and he explained, look, I could never do that to my clients. They're members of the private club, and what it was to have no tobacco for the entire Spannabis. To have one spot in Barcelona during Spannabis, and I'm going to try and figure this out with some other companies that want to be involved, where we basically figure out a way to make it so the members are okay with it, and just create like maybe 4 or 5 days where it's the place to go and have dabs and not have your throat be destroyed from burning paper and glue and
Marcus,
tobacco.
remember
Yes.
one time we had it where
Yes.
the venue was divided and there
Yes.
was tobacco allowed at one area and not the other area. That
Yes.
was a step in the right direction.
Right, but you understand that was La Calada, and they did that just for you and me. They like closed off half of their place and made it smoke free. And so, do you remember also when we went there, they had the silver tray with all the full melt hashes and dry sifts?
Oh, absolutely.
Oh my God, that was amazing, dude. Yeah, no, it was a step in the right direction. It was inspirational. Every year, including this year at Terps Army, I was dying every day that I left. My clothes stunk so badly and it's like I'm not trying to like, censor tobacco all everywhere in Spain, but if we just could have one place where we could gather and we could talk and I have to go home because I'm going to die soon from being in here and breathing in the secondhand smoke. I just think it would be cool. So anyone that also thinks it would be cool, reach out to me at bcbubbleman@icloud.com and we'll figure out a way to make that happen. And
Getting
shout
them
out to La Colada. Go ahead, Jen.
it's going to be quite the challenge.
It will be, but you know what, Jen? I like a good challenge. I'm not gonna lie. I like doing things that are hard, and it's
We did it
Well,
for years. We did it for years at Legends in Amsterdam. There was no tobacco products allowed ever.
yeah. I don't
well,
even know if we let people smoke joints.
and just like I enjoy as a smoker having my own little smoking section, I think when that whole situation is flip-flopped around, there should be a no smoking tobacco section. Us tobacco smokers want our little section, just give me a little corner on the goddamn patio with a little thing. I mean, at the very least, they should have that segregated for non-smokers as well. Europe's just hard. It's spliffs, all spliffs. They don't like us pure
It's
folk.
well, that's it. It's not, you can't say no cigarettes. It really has to be
Oh,
like no
it's spliff.
tobacco because it's all
Yeah.
spliffs. It's oh my goodness.
I mean,
Make it
if I have a cigarette and then I have a joint and I'm smoking them at the same time, I call it my deconstructed spliff, but I still somehow get poo-pooed on for that cigarette. And I'm like, so let me get this straight. If I'm to like break this up and mix these together and put it back in a paper, then you're okay with it. But like separately, like I don't know. Culture though, I try and respect
Don't worry. With me, no matter what you do, if there's tobacco in it, I don't like it.
I was gonna say the same thing, Sam. You took the words right out of my mouth.
That's very fair. It's very
Hey,
fair.
Sam, did you build a machine of static tech and that sort of stuff? And is it on the market now?
No, I found one that would work, but as I described earlier in the show, the company that was making it was Eastern Europe, and they had very strong anti-cannabis laws. And I tried to get them to. I said, well, let me give you a €50,000 down payment so that you can bring one of the machines, and if it works as well as I think, then you can keep the money and I'll keep the machine. But once they found that I was working with cannabis, even though I was legally licensed by the Ministry of Health, they wouldn't touch me with a 10-foot pole.
That really sucks that there's still that stigma of it. Oh, I can't believe that. I can't even believe hearing that would fucking
Well,
take place. Wow.
the solution is to just ignore the fuckers and bong rip.
Yeah, absolutely.
See, a lot of the people that are in the room, and Chris, the gentleman from German, he was just talking about they do have a machine now. Sambo Creek Filtration has a machine. Charles was in here earlier, as was his electrostatic scientist, one of them, gentleman Alex, who's in Halifax. And these guys have been working on a machine. I have the machine at my facility in Delta there. So if ever you're around this way and we have some dry sift, you can come play with it. It's got these crazy plates that get charged positively and negatively, and like resin falls down between them and they separate and isolate. It's pretty cool.
I have a question. What's the best screen for snake venom?
I
Capture all those right
Gotta
snaky.
be the 73, man.
73. Okay, all right.
Always the 73. Yeah.
It's really hard to say, I mean, we're working with such small volume. I haven't broken it down to like the molecular level, but I feel like we're gonna need like a fucking 5 micron to work with the small, right? Because they don't have as much girth as
Currently, the only micron is the dilation of the snake tubes of teeth, right? So that's the only delivery methodology currently available.
yeah.
Oh,
All,
inhalation.
I'll pull out my screens and see if I can separate it. But I'm going for the entourage effect. So it's like, the same concept of RSO. I want to keep as much in there as possible. So I don't think we'll be refining this down on screens anytime soon.
I've never tried to vaporize snake venom either. I combusted it in a chillum.
Yeah.
Fucking
It's going to
snake venom
thermally degrade
chillums.
into a bunch of crap. It's not
One
going
more
to be
snake
thermally
venom
stable.
chillum we are making. Yes, one more.
Just so everybody knows, we're only kidding. Do not vaporize snake venom, okay? This is not for professionals only. Do not do it.
No, and don't be doing snake venom administration. Like, I went through like very serious training down in the jungles of southern Mexico with
I never
indigenous
suggest
people. So
I
don't try this
never
out.
okay. I never suggested people smoke snake venom. I did it, and it was my personal choice because I'm sort of a wild and crazy guy. But yeah, I would never suggest that anybody does that.
Yeah. Now I've also partaken in 5-MeO DMT, which is the toad venom. So that you do smoke. But this is the first I'm really hearing of like smoking the snake venom and having the psychedelic effect. The toad venom, yes. So that's why it doesn't surprise me that there is the potential for snake venom as well.
I would say it's more of a depersonalization drug than a true psychedelic.
Yeah, well, I mean, the toad, that's a whole nother book. Like, I'll write a whole nother book on that one. But two different applications, two different reasons. Definitely don't want to
there's tryptamines in toad venom. I don't think there's any tryptamines in snake venom. It's a peptide that as soon as it gets hot, it's going to degrade.
Yeah.
So whatever Sam, inhaled into his lung.
So here's a question, Mark. Like, what about, because I have seen like a Vice on them smoking scorpion, and I have utilized scorpion venom. Matter of fact, I have a bottle that I bought. It cost me like $500 for this small diluted bottle for blue scorpion venom because it is known to be able to help like with cancer and whatnot.
Are there alkaloids in there, Jen?
I'll send you a picture of it. I can send you the information.
Yeah, because peptides, the most like bee venom, like melatonin, and most snake venoms, like you had mentioned, the Capritil, the antiplatelet drug that was developed based on snake venom. Most of those are peptides, and those are not going to be thermally stable. If you try to dab those, they're going to immediately degrade into probably toxic shit. So yeah, don't smoke venoms in general.
And with the scorpion that I've heard that them smoking the scorpion to get high, using it as a drug, it wasn't that they were trying to extract the scorpion venom. They were literally taking dead scorpions that were dried and cured, and they were breaking pieces of this fucking scorpion off. So they weren't.
That's what I was doing with scorpion tails also.
Yeah, but they don't harvest the venom from them because scorpions put out such a small amount of venom that did you know that scorpion is like just the scorpion venom alone is like the highest priced fucking product on the fucking planet because it comes like one little drop at a time. So it's like millions of dollars for 1 gallon of scorpion venom.
Damn, who's flipping scorpion venom gallons is what I want to know. Like, holy fucking shit.
Well,
yeah, I got fucking 10 gallons.
Right? I had to source this blue scorpion venom that I was using in like fucking Cuba or some shit.
Oh, fuck.
Yeah.
Well, you need gallons when you want to smoke it in a hubbly bubbly.
Well, there's two types of scorpion venom dealers, those that require gallons and those that don't. That's a little play on Howard Marks's hashish quote on dealers, those that need forklifts and those that don't. There's two types of hash dealers, those that are used to the sound of beep, 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 and those that are not.
So,
Yep.
Sam,
There it is.
what was the effects of smoking the snake venom? Because yeah, I'm kind of like wondering if maybe they didn't slip you a little something else in that chillum too.
No, I saw the milk, the king cobra. I dried it myself, and I was very skeptical. I didn't know what the hell they were doing. I heard that, you know, these snake barbers were doing this, so I went and tried it because yeah, I'm an adventurous soul.
Now, are we sure they didn't maybe mix it with a little dash of datura, which a lot of them actually do?
No,
Even in
no,
like ayahuasca ceremonies.
I saw them milk it, and they didn't adulterate it in any way, and then they dropped it on parchment paper.
Yeah, but it takes quite a bit for it to dry. Are you sure that in that process they maybe didn't incorporate some datura?
The snake barbers, they didn't have long sleeves or anything. I was watching them pretty close. I'm a pretty observant type guy.
I have not heard of that, so I will have to do more research on it. It's very interesting though.
I did it 25, 30 years ago.
Yeah. So what were the effects of that? Like tell us about your experience here.
It's a psychedelic downer, a depersonalization drug. Kind of reminded me a little bit of like ketamine or PCP or even muscanol, if you've ever had any of those substances.
I have. So it's a disassociative then.
Absolutely.
Okay.
It's a bit psychedelic dissociative, but yes, it's people call ketamine the Cadillac of dissociative drugs, whereas I called Angel Dust PCP the yeah the shit version.
Yeah.
The crack version.
I had a lot of experience with ketamine down in Mexico as well, and also learned how to administer that for therapeutic reasons to others. So here's the interesting thing that's catching my ears. Like, so one of the things that especially the king cobra is like documented to have these effects is that it's an amazing pain medication because it acts in the same way as morphine as far as disrupting the nerve signals from your pain receptors. Cobra venom, on some of the articles and the documentation that I've read, is actually 10 times more effective than morphine with zero effects. So, you know, I mean, like, so ketamine with pain, right? It kind of like disassociates you and puts you in this different space. So those receptors are not actually active. So, yeah, how would that correlate to like snake venom if you're actually administering it a certain way? Like, so I'm not saying it's not possible, but I would
when I smoked it,
figure out
I smoked it.
what
I
is
smoked
going
it
on
in
there.
Goa, and I didn't think it was going to work, but it did.
I'll have
Well,
to
you
do
know
more
what?
research on it, Sam.
Sometimes experience is different from research. We can read all about
Sure.
things. And you know what? I found it very interesting when we did our Grateful Dead episode, and we had Mark invited a really cool guy in who was like a historian. And so he hadn't necessarily been there for the experiences, but he had met the people years later and he'd written about them, and he was writing about these stories that had happened so long ago. But then there was Courtney Pollock. And Courtney Pollock had actually had those experiences years ago. He was what this guy was writing about. Oh yeah, I was with Neil and I went to Egypt with Jerry, and he's telling all these stories in the most craziest, humblest way ever, because he wasn't really dropping names. He was just talking about his experiences that he had during these times with the Grateful Dead. And I just really noticed how different it was from the conversations that was coming from the other gentleman who had been researching it. They are worlds apart. It's good for us to research, and we learn an enormous amount when we do. But sometimes, like I will say this about my research, when it doesn't align with someone else's actual experience, then I look into that because, you know, there's there's a lot of experiences to be had out there. And sometimes my research tells me, well, that your experience is impossible. And the person is like, well, but it's not my research, it's my actual experience. So it was this is the difference. So, and you learn that as I get older as well, I learn more about this. I feel like I'm really just at the cusp of starting to learn about this. I feel like for the first 40 plus years of my life, I was on the other side of it. But now as I get a little bit older, I'm still only 51, but a little bit. I'm starting to kind of get to I'm at the halfway point at least, that it's changed my perspective. I see you lifting your head up and down there, Wade. What are you thinking over there? We haven't, I always want to bother Wade, but I don't want to bother Wade. I just want to include him. And, you know, if he wants to be a part of the conversation, I always appreciate hearing from him.
Thank you, Marcus. Yeah, I've been sitting here listening to the deep dive on snake venom and static sift, dry sift, and just feeling really grateful for the combination of determination and psychonautic interest that drives people to explore these kind of things and to refine the work that we're all doing. I personally am at a spot these days where, yeah, my condition doesn't really allow me to be as active in many of the ways that y'all are talking about as I might have once been. Gosh, there's so many things going on in my head. I don't really even know where to start. I will say that personal check-in, it's been a pretty rough week. In addition to all the other fun that I'm having in living in this body these days, for the first time since my diagnosis, I caught some sort of a bug, a respiratory infection. It's not COVID. It's not turned into pneumonia, but it's been a very persistent and unpleasant difficulty breathing and coughing and whatnot, and engaging in all kinds of the herbal preparations that are part of what we're talking about here today, the nature and the plant kingdom and the fungal kingdom and the animals, you know, snake venom, offer us tools to help us have a better life. And it's really about learning about that. And it takes folks like who we are here today with, the willingness to explore, to learn and take chances, but to do it with consideration and care, and make sure you don't hurt yourself or others. And one thing I wanted to share with y'all is a picture back when Steep Hill first opened their new facility in Berkeley. I was invited to that event and left the farm up here and went down back to the Bay Area. And among the reasons that I went is I wanted to renew my acquaintance with the Reverend Dr. Cameron, and also renew my acquaintance with Fred Gardner. And both of those fellows were there, and we spent some time hanging out, sharing some food and conversation about this and that. But after that, while there was still a big crowd, I went outside into the crowd, and there was an awful lot of suits and shiny shoes and big watches running around in the room. And I had gone down there thinking I'd run into a bunch of farmers. Well, that was not what was happening. But over in the corner, there was a family. They were not well dressed, no shiny shoes, no big watches, but they were gathered around a wheelchair. And in that wheelchair was the first catastrophically ill young person I ever met. And I won't share his name because he's a success story in my life. When I met him, I asked him what they were doing there. And they were hoping that there was somebody there who was growing AC/DC. And I said, well, I grow AC/DC, but it doesn't do well in our environment up here in Nevada County at my elevation. And long story short, made short, in the interest of time. When I met the family, Cam was, oops, the young man was on 15 different anti-seizure medications. He was blind. He was wearing a diaper. He was totally in rictus, just like this. And it was really hard to see. He had a feeding tube close to, was he going to be able to live? Anyway, again, long story short, ended up working with the family. Today, I believe he's on one anti-seizure medication. I have not exchanged genetics or plant material or oils with the family in probably 6 years, but his siblings learned how to grow and learned how to do extractions. And today, this is what Cam looks like. I don't know if y'all can see.
Wow. We can see. Absolutely.
He's fully there. He responds. And part of why I wanted to tell his story is his mother very early on helped me understand that due to prohibition and something called homeowners association agreements, they could lose their home if it became known that their child was using cannabis. And this is in the Bay Area of California. And it's still appalling to me that those are the kind of things that patients, people who need cannabis, have to deal with, the practical implications that still hang out in our culture. And we've made reference to the stigma associated with cannabis and the other plant materials that we explore for their benefit, because for one reason or another, the culture chooses to say that's a bad thing instead of, I don't know, recognizing the importance of nature, that really, it's not just we humans are all in it together. It's the plants and the animals. We're all in it together on this planet. And we really got to stop thinking we know what the hell we're doing and start recognizing that nature has been figuring out what's going on for many, 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 many more years than we've been around. And we should recognize nature as the teacher she is for the gifts that she offers. I often think about the cannabis chemistry that this plant makes, and that we, folks like Sam and others, have been so good at identifying and bringing forth in strong concentrations. But I like to remind myself that, particularly in the realm of terpenes, that most of that chemistry is about the plant. It's about the plant doing what she needs to protect herself and to create the opportunity to create offspring, all things that we want. And so it's really important to me that we don't forget that the further you get away from what nature's offering to us, the little it gets. I trust nature. I'll say it like that. And I'm not blind in it. I wouldn't, Sam, I don't know that I would smoke a chillum with snake venom in it. God bless you. But yeah, there's a whole lot
Well,
of
I in return can say that I'm thankful to people like you, and a shout out to Fred Gardner. Fred Gardner was the one who participated in the discussions between me and Jeffrey Guy, because we had already developed a CBD variety, and he's the one who passed the information on down the line to you folks.
Yeah, Fred's talk about a fella who's for years done really good work with no expectation of recognition or thanks. He's quite the sweetheart. I'm thankful he's still with us. I think that's all I've got, everyone. I feel really blessed and grateful for the environment of the community that I live here in Nevada County. It's perfect that we are talking about dry sift and whatnot. This morning, delivered here to my home by a friend, is a lovely little plaque of what I believe, I'm not sure because I didn't have a chance to talk about it, is blueberry muffin, dry sifted and hand pressed into a nice, feels like maybe a 10-gram heart.
Yeah, that
Wade
looks
and
nice.
enjoy smoking. Because, and part of what happened for me, and part of why this conversation is so interesting, the same person a couple of weeks ago handed me a little piece of this, what I think is the same thing. And when I got home from that event, I smoked it, and I sent him a text message and told him that it had been a long time since I had experienced psychedelia as a result of consuming hashish. But along with the flavors that came with that hash he had given me, I actually did experience visual alteration, if you will. That was very enjoyable. I love the psychedelic experience, but it's been a long time since I had got there with hashish. So anyway, that's the report from Wade. I'm doing good. I gotta say, for days leading up to this morning, I've been excited and looking forward to what we would talk about today and who I might meet here. Again, Marcus, thank you for bringing this crew together. All of y'all who showed up and have contributed your thoughts or your expertise or your, I just, as a patient and as someone who used to be pretty active in this work, I'm really grateful that there's still people doing it, because God knows there's so much that needs to be done. There's people that, well, like I said, that young man that I showed you his picture is one example of folks that I know that have benefited greatly from cannabis, but they can't tell their stories for whatever reason. And yeah, don't do what you're doing for the work, for the recognition. Those of you that are in business, I really hope that you can succeed, particularly here in California. It looks like a total mess and nightmare for anyone who's trying to do it legally. And yeah, that's the last thing I want to say. Again, part of prohibition. Some of the persons who have, over the last few years, so generously provided me with high quality products, some of them have a license and a permit, some of them don't. But to a person, most of those folks, the ones with a license and a permit, could lose their license and permit because of the way in which they are providing me the medicine that I need, because it wouldn't be legal in a dispensary. And so there'd be a threat to their permit. And so I can't talk about it. And it just seems totally distorted and weird that I can't openly talk about some of the most beautiful people I know making some incredible products because they might lose their license that they put so much time, effort, and money into securing and holding on to. That's wrong. They're trying to do it right by the rules. It's fucked up as those, pardon my language, but those are messed up rules. They're trying to do it. And 201, I don't know any of them that are flourishing. I know a couple of them that are surviving. Their head is above water. They're current on their taxes and all that, but there's no gravy in it, that's for sure. And meantime, there's way too many folks who have dropped out or quit because it's just impossible for those persons. That's the end of the report from Nevada City, California, and Wade in his beautiful recliner on a Sunday morning at Hash Church. And I love that picture you shared earlier, Marcus, with all those rows of upright buds in front of a stained glass window. That's a very evocative picture. Thank you.
Right on, Wade. I will send you that picture so you can have it for your own use. Very powerful words, as always. Incredible story about the young gentleman. That's the kind of work that you want to do in life. Just one of those, and I don't say just one of those, but really just one person like that is that's enough of a reason to do the work, and that's kind of the most bold, noticeably, like it's there's people that use cannabis medicinally in a variety of ways, but a person like that gentleman who was just at the most extreme end of being incapable of probably really doing anything. I mean, rigor mortis, just oh my goodness, it's a heart-wrenching story. So I'm really glad you shared it, and we appreciate it, and anything we can do to help in those experiences. And I hear what you're saying too about the not being able to talk about it. And when I got my job at Embark and we got a license, all of a sudden there was all these different rules and regulations. You have to be careful what you do and it was wrong. You could just tell it was just like, this isn't helping anyone. This is some weird fear and scarcity, demonic based shit that has nothing to do with love and abundance and community and family and building. It's just tearing things down. It just sets a bad seed. It's like spraying the whole experience with a poison before you even get started, which of course is no surprise how they run the agricultural community. So I see, and the vision I see, I'm aligned with you in a lot of the ways, in most of the ways that you think in particular. So I do always appreciate you closing us out on Hash Church with powerful, profound words that we can really think about for at least the rest of the day, if not the rest of the week or the rest of the month, or even better, forever. Let's keep it at the top of our minds. I want to thank Sample Filtration, Charles and Alex and Chris and Logan and Jen Doe and Renee and all the group of people that came in to talk about static dry sift today. Obviously, thanks Skunkman Sam for just once again birthing the whole fucking thing for everyone. Thank you, Johnny B. Always a pleasure to see you in the room, my friend. And Dr. Mark, always good when you share your chemistry knowledge with us. We appreciate it. Etienne, you as well, for all the amazing work that you've done over the years.
Just a quick one. Tomorrow is the DEA hearings, so you can go to the DEA. It's the first hearing for rescheduling. So just FYI, it starts.
Are they going to let you speak, Etienne?
We have filed our motions. We all just got our denials on Thursday. I mean, pardon me, on Wednesday, which is literally one day before. And so the clock actually starts for 30 days. We can appeal. So we already appealed last week. So, but it didn't arrive at the court because we had to mail it in. So I anticipate our Veterans Action Council will be ruled on first thing and tossed, or will be allowed to participate. We wouldn't speak tomorrow. The hearings have been moved into February or March at this time. So we're trying to get Michael Crowitz in there to be our representative. Wade and I are for the VAC, but we won't know until tomorrow at 9 a.m. Eastern Standard Time to hear what the judge has to say. It's just going to be a hearing. It's not the entire thing, as stated. They're going to read through all 40,000 comments plus the 25 people who have been decided. And there's multiple lawsuits. There's collusion between the DEA and Kevin Sabet, and people are now suing for that data information. So sorry, not trying to hog your exit here, Marcus, but just wanted to give that brief update because this is a big blip in the United States happening tomorrow. So keep your eye out.
No, that's a huge one. We're glad that you shared that, Etienne. As always, going that extra level for the Hash Church community. They appreciate it. I want to thank D420K for coming in today, man. It's fucking good to see you, dude. I hope you come back again next Sunday and fucking hang out with us and puff some bowls with us again. Oh, you're muted. Oh, can you guys hear him?
Oh,
I work like a dog, buddy. Like, I hope any Sunday that I can come in, I will. But I'm literally looking after crews of guys now and stuff. It's a real good killer experience what I'm doing, and And thank you for reaching out and inviting me in today to talk about it and see everybody. It's a pleasure to see all these faces, man. Like, it's great. Good to see you all. Love you all. And keep hashing and keep doing what you guys are doing. Etienne, you're just like a fucking Aztec warrior going to battle all the time for us for our rights and stuff. Fuck yeah, man. Good on you. And, Jen and her education on the Venom. That's some killer shit, man. I haven't heard any of that stuff before, but very impressive, very interesting, and always throwing huge info out to everybody for absolutely free.
Awesome.
Long rip, mother
Yes.
lovers. You guys have a good night or a good day, and I will see you guys soon again. You can count on it when I get the
Long
chance.
rip, mother lovers. And Jen, I want to get you back as well. It was awesome listening to you today. You shared such great information. We always appreciate your perspective, and you're always doing amazing things. And it's crazy. I know you've been through some crazy shit in the last few years, but I swear that stuff just like builds you up, gets you stronger, gets you prepared for the work that you're clearly here to do.
Yeah, for sure. I just came across in my memories what was it, 8 years ago when we had me on after the accident in that hash church. So I just revisited that and I was like, wow, it's been
Crazy.
a long time. Like it was so amazing to me to be able to have that platform, to be able to share that on and to accomplish what we were able to as far as donations. So I just want to thank you again for providing this platform to us and extending an invitation, because I do like to come on and share as much cool shit as I can. Yeah.
Awesome. Well, we want you to share, and you can let people know, hey, if you can't find me, I'll be on Hash Church next Sunday.
Right.
So
yeah.
thanks everybody that's watching. We had about 400 people watching live today. Thank you guys so much, Bingo Lombardi, for holding down the chat room, and all the great people, new members, OG Brick 420, John Cox, Cake in a Cup, Camden Fragman. We have a whole bunch of people now. I think there's 30 or 40 of them that are members of Bubble Man's World on YouTube. So they've gone and got themselves a little membership. There's been some people, I can't remember the gentleman's name. Funny enough, it probably maybe isn't a gentleman. The name started with Uterus, so you never know. But Uterus, thank you for gifting 5 memberships out in Hash Church chat room today. Just went and bought 5 memberships and randomly gave them out to 5 people. We appreciate you guys. And as always, may the full melt bless your bowl sooner than later. Peace out, everybody.